Alright, hello gamers, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today, we're trying out Blueprints. What do I know about this game? I know it is puzzly, it's a puzzle game. I know that everybody's yelling at each other, don't spoil it, so it's apparently a game where spoilers are very bad. This is one of those games where someone was like, yo, here's a link to a game, would you try this? And I looked at the trailer and I was like, yeah, I'd give it a shot. There are some games that I've played that are similar to it, like The Room and The Room 2 and The Room 3, The Room 4. Many, many games I've played similar to it. And I was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And so they bought it for me, and here we are. So, we're gonna give it a shot, chat. Here we go. So, Blueprints. New game. Let's see if I've got enough brain wrinkles for whatever this thing is about to throw at me. Also, about 2 hours from now, we'll take a little break because that big Guild Wars 2 video project is coming out. And we gotta see that. Gotta check that out. Then we'll come back to Blueprints after. Dogu Bomb presents. What is the video project? It's called 25 Years of Guild Wars. In association with Raw Fury. A game by Tondo Ross. Project of yours? No. Project of Arena Nets. They're doing like a watch party.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly.
I think the nephew made this tape with AI. He used ChatGPT to make this. He just wanted the stuff.
On my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993.
Ah, he didn't even get to see the new millennium.
S. Sinclair.
Poor Herbert. Rip Herbert. Blueprints. Rip Herbert the pervert. You gotta find my 46th room. Where's that muscly arm nephew? Oh man, my throat is sore right now. Cannot do the voice right. Okay. Alright, let's leave. What do we got out here? Can't jump. Can't crouch. I can sprint. Let me out. The grounds. Imagine if the 46 room was down here and I just found it immediately. Can I go off the cliff? Nope, can't go off the cliff. Weird spot for pipes. Maybe for these torches. Maybe they're automated or something. Is it braziers? I almost said braziers. Braziers. Okay. In the top left corner, I see footsteps 49. I'm not sure what that means. Yet. Also, if anybody needs to hear it, shut up! Apparently, this game, the pleasure of playing it is ruined by people not shutting up, so shut up. You know, with love in my heart. Shut up. Now it says 48. Wait, is it counting down based on my movement? Which means I'm gonna get punished if I don't... Dude, if this is a timed game, I'm out. I don't need that stress in my life. The campsite. Due to the rules set forth in your great uncle's will, you are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarters. You may call it a day at any time from the blueprint menu tab. This can be accessed after picking up the blueprint in the entrance hall. Are you... Okay. Serious? I could step over that. Oh my god. Okay, so... On a sec, I got a thing that does. Alright. Outside little gate lock, 4 digits. Okay, that's my first note, chat. That's my first note. Alright, so that thing counting down, it's now at 47. I'm guessing, like, after that, you have to call it a day. I hope that's not like you fail, or I'm just gonna be like, meh. Alright, I bet I'm the first gamer to start this game and immediately turn around and find the campsite before even stepping foot into the place. Muck looking up answers? No, I'm writing things down. Hold on, I'll show you. I opened a Word document and I started writing stuff down. Each day you have a limited number of rooms to enter. Wait, what? Jen, if that's true, then that means that YouTube chat did the first spoiler. You call it a day and did... Yo, what are you doing? Oh, okay, hold on a sec. How do I do emote-only mode on YouTube chat? Bro, what the fuck? Like, 2 of you in a row. Alright. Hold on. Okay. I'm doing emote only where I can. You guys are... Dude, literally, the game starts here. I made it here. And then 2 spoilers on YouTube chat. What's this? Searching the estate can be exhausting. Each time you enter a room, you lose steps. When you no longer have steps left, you will be too tired to continue searching the manor and must call it a day. Open only in the event of my death. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel I should bring to your attention. No tools or items may be brought onto the estate from the outside. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate. You may not stay overnight. I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day. One final word of advice, do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grounds have provided me a home for the last half-century, and even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. What? Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads, abandon the path and go where you want it to lead. With all my love and wishes, best of luck, Herbert something something. The Mount Holly Blueprint. This will serve as a useful map and inventory log during your adventure. You may access the blueprint menu by pressing tab. Okay. So, seems like I could just go in 3 directions. Alright. Select a room to draft. Wait, what? I pick the room that shows up? This is not what I thought this game was. Okay, so this is like the Hades of room. Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. +1 gemstone. Okay. The trunk is locked. Okay. Den, locked trunk. Guest bedroom plus 10 steps. Gemstone. Sinclair, just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Evanson, whose particular personality somewhat made up for your own absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles and appreciated that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly. So you added darts to the billiard room. Okay. Pantry so that we can continue going northward. 3 steps for a banana. 4 gold. Brigitte, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. Note mentions 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. And we just found 1 banana. Bedroom. Whenever you enter this room, you gain 2 steps. Okay, what if I walk out and back in? So 53, 52, 51, 53. Okay, so you just keep going right back to 53. Amulet with a moon thing on it. Trunk is locked.
Go ninja.
Den locked trunk. Yeah. Bedroom. Locked trunk. You put Twitch in emote only mode because of YouTube spoilers? That's correct. I'm not looking... I don't know how to put YouTube chat into emote only mode, so I'm not looking at it very much anymore. They have earned my ignoring. Except you, Bluebell. You're perfect. Greetings from Reddington. Security? Requires a gem. Oh, I earned a cutscene. What up? I have legs. Because of the animation style, I can't tell how old this kid is supposed to be. Like, he came here alone, he set up a campsite. I'm thinking at least late teens. But the model looks really young. Okay, so right there, that little movement showed that there is a significant delay when you mess with the cameras. Staff notice. Effective the first week of December, payroll for all live, out, and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. As your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call, it is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. 2 of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Miss Babbage. Terminal password starts with an S. Sunshine? Shameful? Terminal password. Shameful? Question mark. Sunshine? Question mark. Until further access, the antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. Blue memo's true, red memo's lies.
Hello,
Wait.
Mr. Muck. I just got here, but someone said you want to hear all the spoilers for this game.
No!
Okay, the biggest reveal is...
No!
A kid never heard of this game before.
No! Timing him
Enjoy.
out doesn't actually stop the TTS! No! Crap. Thanks for the sub. Okay, it said red memos are lies. So the antechamber no longer requires levers. So antechamber requires levers. Because it was a lie. Okay. Welcome to Mount Holly Security. Enter estate inventory. 2 trunks. Main menu. Keycard system. Security doors are doors within the estate that can only be opened with an electronic keycard. The keycard system is currently operational. Keycard system settings. Set security level. Determines the amount of keycard security doors that will be deployed in your estate.
You
should expect to see... Oh my god. Wait, what? Determines the amount of keycard security doors that will be deployed in your estate. You should expect to see 1 or 2 security doors at the low setting and 5 or 6 at the high setting. Change offline mode. Log into network. Ah! Shoot. Come on. Okay. Whenever you enter the chapel, you lose money. What? More likely to draw red rooms while drafting. I don't know what a red room would do. This service costs 5 gold and exchanges all your gems with all your gold. I don't have 5 gold. Oh, the launcher room's a dead end. Did not realize that. Okay. Nook. It says there's a key in here. That's kind of eye-catching. Tag with a 10 on it. A journal noteworthy. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, a scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly a journal, will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. Okay. Oh, I have to use the key that I just obtained? Lame. I'm gonna have to go all the way back to the entrance hall after this. Oh, no, never mind. It's turned this a different way. Oh, never mind. I don't have enough gems for that. Now I have a gem. Electronic key card. Opens electronically powered security doors. Okay. What was this again? Reddington. Okay. Parlor. The box that claims to be black has the gems. This box is the blue box. This box is the black box. Okay, so that has the gems. How do we open it? This thingy. Wind-up key. Component of the parlor game. Dear Herbert, it was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it has been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. I have no delusions that my company is rival to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles, and I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game I had played some years back, involving 3 boxes of different colors. You had pressed me to write with the particulars of this game when I found the time, and I have included with this letter all the details you will need to share with guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. Always your friend, Mr. Lowry. There will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. At least one. There will always be at least one box which displays only false statements. Only one box has a prize within, the other 2 are empty. This box is the black box. This box is the blue box. Okay. Alright. Only one of them's true, one of them's a lie. If this is saying the box that claims to be black has the gems, and this is the box that claims to be black, but it's actually blue, then that would mean 2 things here would have to be true. Wait, no. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Wait, refresh that. One is the truth, one's a lie. The box that claims to be black has the gems. Okay, let's assume that statement is true. This is the black box. That is not true, but it claims it, so it could have the gems. This box is the blue box. That is not true also. Let me read this again. At least one with only false. At least one with only true. At least. So there could be 2 false or 2 true. So, if that's true, that's false and has gems, and then this could be false, and that would meet all the requirements. If this is the box that had the gem, this box is the blue box is false, this box is the black box, which is false, and the box that claims to be black is false. Okay, so 3 would be false if this had the prize. If this is... Okay, no, it has to be this one. Okay. Cool. Alright. Alright, where are we now? We need to make a turn, which is not possible with any of these doors. We're gonna have to, like, reset. We're gonna, like, make a wall where we can't continue north. Corridor is always left unlocked. The Michael Jackson hat. Hee hee. Alright, so at this point, it's not possible to get to the antechamber from where we are. So let's just try to get loot, I guess? I don't know if I get to keep the loot after a run. Guess we'll find out. Plus 1 star for each time you drafted Observatory. The Fixed Stars, The Stargazer's Compendium of Constellations by Richard Witt. Fen Aries, Bird & Sons Publishing, 1809. This book contains a complete star base, a list of constellations and the observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one on a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joy of stargazing. North Star, plus 1 gold. The Twins, 2 trunks have been added to the entrance hall. The Slice, plus 3 steps. Diamondus Minor, 1 gem. The Southern Cross, rooms with 4 doors are more common today. Farmer's Apple, apples are extra delicious today. Clavis the Key, plus 1 key. Diamondus Major, plus 5 gems. Draxus the Dead, dead-end rooms are more common today. The Sale, everything is 50% off today. Florealis, Bloom of the Sky, green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today. Oh my god, that's so much. That is a lot of information. Can't turn it right anymore. Ah. North Star, gained 1 gold. Yay, I'm amazing. Okay. Okay. I have one key. There was a locked trunk in the den and the bedroom. Wow. Okay, I have more keys now. To the bedroom. To the wow. Car keys. Alright, so, I guess call it a day and see if we keep this stuff. Tomorrow you will awake to find the rooms of the estate as well as your current inventory will have been reset. As well as my current inventory? Does that just mean this? Or also that? Alright, well, I mean, call it. The rooms are all dead end. I can't go anywhere. Mount Holly Quaint Cottage. Okay. It's weird that it's like, do you want to quit? Like, what? Why are you being so passive-aggressive about this? What do you mean, do you want to quit? Day 2. Open only in the event of my death. Yeah, we already did that. Nook. Oh. Dude, man, okay, so yeah, I lost the gems, the keys, the gold, and this stuff in here. I gotta say, that's very demoralizing. That leaves me with the feeling of what was the point of anything I've done up until this point. That's, like, depressing. Because, like, there's no XP bar, the house shifted, so nothing was permanent. So what was the point of any of that? Alright, so might as well get rid of, let's see, den locked trunk, doesn't matter. Bedroom locked trunk, doesn't matter. Get rid of those. Breaker box, storeroom, courtyard. That requires a gem. I don't have that. Storeroom. Okay. Corridor. Spare room. Parlor. Is it the same parlor game? Hang on. Okay. This box is one of the 2 empty boxes. 2 boxes in this room are empty. There are 3 boxes in this room. Okay, so if 2 boxes in this room are empty, that is always true. 2 boxes, this is one of the 2 empty. It could be. And there are 3 in this room. So that is true, and that is true. So this has to be false. Easy. What's next? Guest bedroom plus 10 steps. Bedroom, whenever you enter this, 2 steps. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. Drawing floor plans. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans, from which you must select one to draft. However, there are some items and rooms that will allow you to redraw if you do not like your initial 3 options. Use a key. Pantry. Banana. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges, note again. Courtyard. Key, glad I had one. Commissary? The commissary is closed from day 12 to day 16. No, it's not. That's a red note. Staff notice. Effective the first week of December. Payroll for all... Oh, this thing again. Terminal password. Annual Maids Day sale. 2 days only. All items up to 50% off. All staff welcome day 20 and 21. A sledgehammer? Bedroom. Reddington, seen that. No trunk in here this time. Locked. Dude, so many locked doors. Oh my goodness. Okay. Can cut through the drawing room. Guest bedroom. Sinclair, I just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Evanson, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your own absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I... Oh, is this the one about the darts? Yeah, this is the note about the darts. Okay, we've seen this before. Okay. Keys for sale. I do need a key. It's the only way I think I can proceed right now. Why is it emote only? Have they been bad? No, actually YouTube chat's been bad, but I didn't know how to put YouTube chat into emote only. Oh, what's this? So just to be safe, I put Twitch into emote only. And then I'm not looking at YouTube. Oh, I missed this shovel last time. Rock! Not worth picking up. Aww. I don't have any gems, so lavatory. And that's it. We've dead-ended everything again. So we call it a day and we lose everything. What is the point? If there is nothing I'm doing that's making progress, what is the point? Storeroom. Den. Parlor. I enjoy the parlor puzzle. Alright. The gems are in the true box. There's only one box in this room. There are 4 boxes in this room. Okay. 4 boxes is a lie. There is only one box in this room is a lie, which means this has to be telling the truth, which is the gems are in the true box. Thank you. Nook. Observatory. The twins. A pair of chests has been added to the entrance hall. Okay. Bedroom. Apple. Plus 2 steps. Hallway. Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked, which is a false statement, so they're more likely to be unlocked. Commissary. Mainly just because we don't want a dead end. Not enough gold for anything. Doesn't matter. Pantry would dead end us, so we have to take chapel. Which steals my money. Billiard room. Ragdrill, why are you filling the entire chat? Did someone spoil? Something about the darts game, right? Can't pick up the darts. Ivory dice. While drafting, you may use dice to roll new floor plans. What? What the heck? Eight and 12 is 20. 12 and 10 is 22. What does the gold ring mean? Maybe 12 minus 10? So let's try 2. Okay. So 12 minus 5 is 7. And then we got a pink one. 5 and 2... What is pink? 2 blues was add them together. Pink... Muck, do you want to know the basics of dart scoring? No! It's in emote-only mode for a reason. Shut up. Love you. 5 and 2. Let's try 7. No, that restarts the whole puzzle. That's not it. Okay. Okay, so the pink is not addition. Is that also subtraction? 5 minus 2 is 3. No, that restarts it also. That's not it. Okay. So, get back to where we were. Multiplication? 2 times 5 is 10? Ah, there we go. Okay. So pink is multiplication, blue is addition, yellow is subtraction. Okay, are we doing PEMDAS here? So... 10... So 10 times 3 would be 30. Minus 4 would be 26. That's not an option? That's out. Plus 10 and minus 4 together is 6. Times 3 would be 18. Nice. Electronic keycard. Opens electronically powered doors. Okay. I have another password idea to try. One more. Nope, that's not it. Okay.
Luke brain is grinding gears.
Trying. Alright, let's look at these cameras. Alright, we got like a bank vault thing, a piano, a swimming pool. I don't know. It's like a display case, the nook. The kitchen area, like a child's playroom, myself on the security cam, coat room, an office, spare room, storage, hallway, bank vault again, don't know, 2-story room with a desk, piano room, don't know. Okay. Kitchen. The main course is served only in the dining room. What is this? The main course is served only in the dining room. What is the number? Is that like how much gold it costs? It is. Okay, I don't have enough money. Another locked door. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5 steps. Corridor. Need a turn. No, can I rotate it? Check one item, retrieve it on another day. Courtyard. No, I don't have gems. Shoot. Cabinet? I don't know what those mean. VAC indicators? I don't know what that means. Is there a story so far? Yeah, this house has 45 rooms. They move around. There's a will from your dead uncle, and he says if you can find the 46th floor, then all my Brewster's millions are yours. I need a straight line. Rumpus room? I don't have any gems. Chamber of mirrors. So I have to like access it from the other side. Okay. Den. Gemstone. Take a risk here. Guest bedroom, which gives me a bunch of steps. Is this just the note about the billiards? Yeah. Okay. Now, every time we enter the observatory, there's +1 star. So this will be my 3rd visit. Hold on, so this will be number 3. Which is the slice, which is 3 steps. That's safe. Okay. I need to go straight, and the only way to do that is the West Wing Hall. Another West Wing Hall. Yeah, we found it. West Wing should almost always be unlocked. Garage gives 3 keys. Let's do spare room. Locked. Ah. Alright, Nook has a key. Opportunity to earn coin and spread coin. Alright, storeroom. What do keys, gems, stars, and steps do? Steps are in the top left. You can only move a limited number of distance each day. If it gets down to 0, you have to end the day and reset everything. Keys open locked doors. Gems are used to buy certain things. Have to take courtyard, otherwise we're soft locked. Where's the shovel? Is there no shovel here this time? There's a trunk. Don't see a shovel this time. Parlor. And we can play the parlor game. Okay. This statement appears on another box. Okay, so those two are true. This has to be false. And it says the blue box is empty. And if that has to be false, then the blue box has our gems. Yoink. Last key. Crap. Well, that's a dead end. Inspect documents of the estate more closely. Maybe I could use this as in the security room. Just see that one thing that's like crossed out. Did I have the security room on this run? Yeah, I did. Getting to it's gonna be a monster, though. Okay. Do the rooms reset each day? Mm-hmm. That's one thing I'm still trying to figure out, is like, if I can't, I don't know, like, this is our third run, and we've lost all progress from the first two runs, which makes me feel like I'm wasting time. And I don't know if that's true or not, or if there's just something I'm not seeing yet. It's kind of depressing. Trying to figure that out. Yeah, commissary. Alright, this is the one I was thinking. Swan Song. Password accepted. Connecting to network. Staff services. Staff announcements. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon, so if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you. Your friends in faithful service. Request schedule change. The service has been temporarily disabled. As of November 4th, all work has been suspended at Mount Holly, and all domestic staff have been placed on an extended paid leave in accordance with the instructions left by the old man himself. See Miss Babbage for more details. Punch in and out. Temporarily disabled. Okay, expected. Special orders. If you would like to get a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of staff. Special orders could take 1 to 3 days. Order... metal detector? Sure. Remote terminal access. It is possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere on the estate using RTA. View. No other terminals currently connected. Office, laboratory, or shelter would be the options. Email. The permissions of this terminal do not allow for access to email account. Currently, this feature can only be accessed via the terminal located in the office. Data transfers. Data transfers from Cinca not currently available. Press enter to return to network menu. Okay, hang on a sec. So, let me write this down. So security can remote connect to office, laboratory, shelter. Okay. All right. Glossary of terms. Adjoining dead end dig directory dirigiblock. In the commissary, players may find an arcade cabinet for the popular game Dirigiblocks. To the dismay of board members of the staff, the cabinet has not been in working order for the last several years. Although the game is not currently accessible, it is scheduled to be added in a future patch. Okay. Okay. Alright, not sure if there's anything else I can do there. Alright, at this point, we're walled off from continuing. So it is with great dismay that we call it a day. Let's see what happens on the next one. Rank reached 7. What does that mean? Okay. I like how it's like, do you want to save and just quit? Every time I end a day. Every time I end a day, it's like, you want to quit, you freaking loser? You idiot. Wish I could skip this cutscene. It was cool the first time, but I don't want to keep seeing it every time. Alright. Parlor. So far, the thing that gives me the greatest joy is the parlor game. Alright, the gems are in a box that is actually blue. Nothing. The gems are in a box with the word blue on it. That has blue on it. That has blue on it. This says nothing. Okay. Alright. There has to be one true and one false. If that is true... Alright, so hold on. If the gems are in the actually blue box, then that would be true, and also that would be true. There would be nothing false. So if this is true, and this is false, they could be in here, and it would meet all the requirements. Pantry. Let's see. Let's see, we're gonna hit a dead end really fast. Bedroom. Made a circle? Yeah, I did. Den. Grab the gem. Take a right. Guest bedroom. key. Nook. Another key. A coupon book. Save 1 gold on each purchase you make in the estate. Have to do dining room or we hit a dead end and we're done. Okay. West Wing Hall. Commissary. Storeroom. So I could buy a salt shaker, a sledgehammer, or a gem. That's what I have right now. Have to use a key here. Passageway would take 2 gems. Let's do corridor. Spare room. Billiard room. That was a fun game. Banane. Okay, 10. We click 10. 5 and 1 is 6, plus 3 is 9. We click 9. 12 and 15 is 27. Minus 10 is 17. 20 positive, 18 negative is 2. 2 times 6 is 12. Nine times 2 is 18. That's a negative 9 times 2. I mean, that'd be negative 18, but... Okay. Oh, alright, that changes the formula somehow. Alright, so we had to start over. So 6, 9, 27, 17, 2, 6 is 12, 15. Was that lit up last time? Oh, whoops. Alright, hold on. So 15, positive 15 minus 9 is 6, times 2 is 12. There we go. Okay. Overlooked one of them, I guess. Shut up. Shut up. I can't even hear you guys, and I can hear you guys. Shut up. Doors in the west wing more likely locked. Nope, that's a lie. Check and retrieve an item. Observatory. Alright, so 4 stars. What would 4 be? Yeah, that's good. That's a positive thing. Plus 1 gem. You're more likely to draw green rooms while drafting. I don't know what green rooms are. It's like a broken lever. Watering can. The first time you enter a green room, use water to gain gem. Limited capacity 3 water. Trees found inside will never shade. The gems that shine in night and rain. The clue you hold cannot be paid with gems nor coins, so toss away. These sheets you find a worthy trade. I'm gonna screenshot this because I got no idea. Alright. And it says green rooms are now more likely, but I don't know what that means. There's a green room I can't afford. If I take this, the run is over, so I have to take the chapel, which will steal my gold. Freaking church. That is a huge chess piece, by the way. Have to take this so the run's over. Watering can. What was the point of that? Metal detector. Greater chance of finding keys and coins. Key. Aquarium is every color room. What does that mean? Alright, I have to take this or the run's over. Compass. Draw floor plans leading north more frequently. Why did it just give me the option to water? Wait, what? I just watered a fish tank and got a gem. I'm pretty sure they had enough water. Buoy door? Dark room, drawing room. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. I know, I couldn't keep a straight face. I know it's a boudoir. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. But that costs a gem. Let's go to the boudoir. Okay. Coin purse. Each time you collect 3 coin, earn an additional coin. Oh. This is a horror movie suddenly. My last key. Two bananas. Bunk room. Hello. And I'm out of keys. So unless I can find another key, that's it for this run. Compass, metal detector, watering can, coupon book, coin purse. Actually, wait, hold on. What's over here? So you're saying there's a chat? Nope. No, why can't I rotate this? Spread gems in each green room. Closet has 2 items. Oh, if it has a key. Give me a key. That is not a key. Lucky rabbit's foot. Greater chance of finding items. Yeah, well, yeah, I can't go anywhere. It doesn't matter. Ah. I think I have to restart. It is walled off except there. And we need a key. And I do not believe the commissary sells keys. You need the lockpick room, the key room to make keys. Dang. Okay. Well, this is pretty depressing. All right, so it's been 90 minutes and have made 0 permanent progress. Password doesn't count as permanent progress? True, I did find that, I guess. Muck would lose it over an old school roguelike? I mean, I'm not playing those. I will also say I didn't realize I was signing up for a roguelike with this game. I thought this was just like a puzzle game, like The Room. Or Inscription, or something like that. I did not realize what I was getting into. Den. Bedroom. Coin purse. Nook. Don't really understand the breaker box yet. Guest room. Magnifying glass. Parlor would end the run immediately. Hallway. Passageway is 2 gems. Let's do hallway. Observatory. 5 stars. Room with 4 doors are more common today. Okay. Great Hall, 7 locked doors. Archives, while drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of potential floor plans. Demon Cat, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Welcome. Rotunda can rotate. 3 gems. Weight room, lose half your steps. Chapel, lose a gold. I wonder if you don't have a gold, if it bars you from entering the chapel. Oh. Last key. Archives. First time seeing this room. Marigold wins Herald Literary Honor. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book, Swim Bird, has been chosen the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honor. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort. She was no stranger to the public eye even before her literary success. The niece and closest living relative of Baron H.S. Sinclair, Mary began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations that one might make with the Sinclair family. That was August 22nd, 1985. Next page is January 27th, 86. And I think the guy died in 93. Swim Bird author never considered herself success. She confided, my son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I had always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime, and so we ran out of books we owned. My imagination had to take over from there. Marigold has elaborated in previous interviews that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red. A statement that has been held with much skepticism by the many pundits that viewed the book with a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. November 11th, 86. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard and questioned. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White were 2 of the 36 names that appeared on a leaked dossier, renaming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, it is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. Ruffington Press is quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor within the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, whom Marigold had past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the 3rd prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Manning and White at press function. Blank was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the wave down a local MA. This is the 3rd major last year. It is anticipated, charged by the Crown. Manning was the last. The trial begins expected to last up to 7 with grand treason. I'm gonna guess some of this was seen at the corner of something street with a suspicious bag under their arm. They waved down a local man. Something. This is the 3rd major incident this year. It is anticipated that he will be charged by the Crown. Manning was the last person to see White alive. The trial will begin on Tuesday and is expected to last up to 74 years with grand treason. No trace discovered of Cinca heiress, but search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Miss Jones never arrived home, and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point, and we are seeking information. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Ares have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and the high peerage, and access has never been granted to them outside noble circles. At least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds dredging for clues. The museum authorities said that they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orianda Ares, the priceless crown jewel whose material worth pales in comparison to its historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest the theft was politically motivated. Okay, so I'm guessing this woman that was an author was possibly our mom? She was the niece of Sinclair. And Sinclair is our uncle or great uncle. And she mentioned writing because of her son. I'm wondering if we are playing that son. Laboratory is new. I typically work over at Sinca Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine tests. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I've been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. Today was the first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical, and if so, how do you get any work done? Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way the doors work, but I must admit I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips from my fellow technicians would be appreciated. Welcome to Mount Holly Laboratory. Experiment setup. You are free to experiment by testing and combining different mechanics to create an original and unique house feature that will last until the end of the day. Choose a cause from column A and an effect from column B. This all seems pretty terrible. For each bedroom you draft after your second, gain a key, gem, or die. After approval, this experimental feature will remain active for the rest of the day. Experiment started. Research logs. Research, no experiments found. Log into network. Oh god, what was the... Shoot, I thought I was done with that. What was it, Song Swan? Swan Song. I gotta write that down. Swan Song password. Oh my god, these modem noises. Okay. What is this? Effective immediately, email can only be accessed via the security terminal, but that's a red card, which means that's false, so it's somewhere else also. Okay. P-U-S? P-U-S-H-T-H-R-E? EU? P-A? Oh god, what is behind that? Is that an I? Behind the 8? I'm gonna guess I. 9 T-E 10 oh my god, okay, hold on a sec. Periodic table. I can't read it. So what is normally right there? That's RN. 10 is RN. Okay. One sec. 11. That's like an I or an L. It's iodine. Okay, so that's I. Alright. So I. And then 12. NE. 13. Is there a 13? No, that's it. Okay. All right. So what I got from all that was this right here. Push 3 up. Alter 9? Push 3 up, alter 9? Is that how you break it apart? Oh. What? There's like a wheel down there. Push 3 up. Wait, is that supposed to be after 9? Hold on, where did I get AL? What was AL? What did I think was AL? Yeah, so 8. H was iodine. Yeah, there's no way that's no, there's no way that was F. Push 3 up, alter 9. And then there's an arrow pointed to the left at that machine. Is there anything else in here? Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Is this different from a normal periodic table? Hold on. Give me a sec. Alright. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. PU S H. That's push. TH RE second EU, so push 3 and then U. PA, push 3 upper. F. So push 3 up. That's an F. Let me double check the others too. And then 9 is TE, after, N, I, N, E. Push 3 up after 9. Okay. Okay, so, push 3 up after 9. It is that. Heating and cooling curves. H20 melting point at 0.1 ppt dash 0.5 ppt. Room temp, complete thaw, melting point. Test 205 at atmospheric pressure 93 kPa in Mount Holly freezer. Lab technician Randolph. Okay. Kenny Celsius? Not quickly. Locked by electronic keycard. This machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. Oh. Okay, so we're just gonna... Hold on, we're gonna write this down. Laboratory puzzle. Okay. Let's see. All right. Laboratory needs power from boiler room. That's probably why what I'm trying is not working. Okay. All right, so both of these doors require a key card, which I do not have. And that requires a key, which I do not have. This stupid room is going to steal my gold. I have to take... Oh no, I don't have any gems. Alright, freezer. Not for staff use. Master Sinclair's personal freezer. There's a letter there in ice. And a key in ice. I'm guessing I need a hammer or something. There's another key in ice. Alright, so there's an assortment. Oh, and there's some gems. Alright, so there's an assortment of loot in here, but I need like a hammer or something. Alright, so it needs an electronic key, it needs an electronic key, it needs a key, it needs a hammer, it needs a key, it needs a key. That's it. We're completely locked out of everything. We lose again. Okay. Call it a day. Oh, man. Pictures of Spider-Man! Hi, Oliver. I'll turn emote only off for now. At least we're learning. A little bit. This is a very unsatisfying amount of progress for almost 2 hours. Why was chat in emote only mode? Some spoilers like 2 minutes into the stream, and I was just doing what I could. What did Twitch do this time? Oh, it's actually the opposite, but there were 2 spoilers in 2 minutes from YouTube chat. However, I didn't know how to put YouTube chat in emote only mode, so I just put Twitch in emote only mode and stopped looking at YouTube. Alright, dice and a gem. Parlor, just because it's fun. Gems are in both the black box and the white box. That's never true, so that's false. Gems are in both the blue box and the white box. That's never true. Gems are not in the white box or the blue box. Those 2 false, so this has to be true, which means they're here.
My voice shall be heard, Mukluk raid.
Hi, Barty.
Good luck with blueprints.
Thank
Keep
you.
up the great content.
I'm trying, if Blueprints will let me. Thank you, guys. Pantry. May I suggest you give us a live chat channel in the Discord server for when you do emote only mode, so at least we can interact with us while not bothering you at the same time? I'll consider it. Hallway. West Wing. Staff notice, out of respect for the late Lady Clara Epson, the West Wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask the staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, any made drafts, yeah. Let's see. Nook, just to get a key. Coupon book. Dining room. Okay. Shovel here. A worthless old tin can. Yeah! Awesome. Garage. Just because I feel like I need to prioritize stuff that I've never taken. We've never gone into the garage. Christoph, this is the 3rd time this month you and the car have been gone when your services were required. I don't care how long you have been driving for his lordship, your absences must be accounted for. Miss Babbage. Shop Christoph, idiot. Is this the garage door opener? Well, it's not working. It's not working. We're trapped. Bedroom. Key. Corridor. Walk-in closet, 4 items, code check. The only way to proceed is spare room. Otherwise, it's a dead end. The only way to proceed is to buy the passageway. The door is locked. Use one of our keys. Boudoir. Gymnasium or drawing room? Let's do gym. Locked door. Billiard room. You missed the photo on the mirror. 1, stop spoiling. Shush. 2, no, I didn't. I'd already seen it before. It's the same as the last time. Okay. All right. Quick timeout here. I do believe the Guild Wars 2 video that we were going to do like a little watch party with is going live any minute. Premieres 12:10. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm off. It's in an hour. Never mind. All right, we got an hour. Okay. 16. 18 minus 10. 8 times 2. Okay, we've never used that. I'm guessing that's going to be divided. So I'm going to say 3. Okay. Positive 16 minus 5 is 11. Times 10 divided by 10, so it's just 11. No? Oh wait, no, that's minus, not divide. 18 times 2 is 16. 6 divided by 2 is 3. Okay. Wait. Oh, God. Okay, so 16 minus 10 is 6. Times 5 is 30. Divided by 10 is 3? Oh my god. I was trying to remember all the little rules on that thing. Oh, don't go that way. That'll use up my movement. The only way I can continue is if I choose pool. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump to today's draft pool. Pump room. Dude, look how small this is. Why are there buoys? Someone gonna be swimming laps? The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day unless otherwise stated. No running. So instead of pool rules, they gave draft pool rules. Okay. Some mugs up island. Oh my god. Oh, redraw. Come on, give me a left-hand turn. Dark room. Alright, dark room, and then go left. Is there anything in here before I leave it, though? I don't think so. What? What? What do you mean? I thought this was the goal the whole time. Am I not supposed to try to go to the antechamber? I mean, this doesn't even look like a door. Am I supposed to have, like, the hammer or something to get through here? And I can't see anything. Dead end. Electronic keycard. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. We're not going to draft in the library, so might as well pick Sona. Broken lever. The greenhouse had a broken thing that looked like it needed a lever. I could try... Hold on, do I have a lamp? No, I don't. So the security office can remotely connect to the office, the laboratory, or the shelter. I have gotten the laboratory, but that was on the previous run. I don't have it right now. I don't have any gems. Breaker box? Toggling of breaker switches may result in unexpected loss of floor plan functionality. Please call DC Power if you require assistance. What are vac indicators? Wait, what? I have no idea what this is. Alright, anyway, we turned off power to the gym. We turned on power to the dark room. So I'm wondering if the gym will still sap our movement when we go through it. No, it doesn't sap extra movement now. And the garage, and... Okay, rack and travel are spoiling. Oh, I don't have the magnifying glass right now, do I? I miss emote only. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Okay, so we've got this picture, and we got another one here. So he's holding a note in a room with candlesticks, and there's like a bedroom in the background. Key. Carving on a tree. Ma'am. Print notes. HS has requested yet another print of her ladyship. I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark, so keep an eye on that. Pictures of those two maids and whatever that is. Him holding a camera. Cinca Co. If that's the camera that took the picture, then I assume up to a mirror. I remember there was a mirror room. Still can't access the antechamber. Alright. There's two idiots in chat saying go to the garage, go to the garage. So I need to make all right-hand turns. I'm actually almost out of movement for the first time ever. Can I drive the car? Guess not. The west gate has been permanently unlocked. Permanent changes do not reset each day. Wow, that's the first bit of permanent progress in 2 hours. Tool shed. Lockpick will occasionally be able to unlock some normal doors. Sledgehammer can shatter padlocks on locked trunks. Was this the one that had the ice room? I don't think so. I don't know that we had any locked trunks on this one. Okay. We're almost out of movement. Okay. Call it a day. It's funny, so because of the description so many people gave me about this game, I went into this and I was just like, oh man, alright, this is going to be a thinking game, I gotta try really hard not to look stupid. But so far, these puzzles haven't been crazy, it's just been more of a test of patience. Like, the whole, like, you know, every half hour you get all your progress taken away from you is very irritating. And it's been more of a trial of not getting upset about that than anything else. Parlor. Box next to this box is true. Both boxes next to this box contain gems. That is never true, so that is false. That is false. Whatever this says has to be true. A box next to this box contains gems. You. I can proudly say I've never gotten that minigame wrong so far. Den. Closet for 2 random things. Dice and a key. Greetings, folks. Hi, Corwin. Don't think we've ever had nursery come up. Also, this is like nursery rank 3. No idea what that means. I don't know what a rank 3 nursery is. A book. The Red Prince. Oh, this is the book she wrote for her son, but then people thought it was politically charged. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The Red Prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. He's a communist! He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white or of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad? A story he had read in the bath and the bed, and maybe you can guess with the clues that we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you, in fact in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince and his book, the red book we just read. Creepy. Trogdor. Okay.
On and slam and welcome to Japan, kids. It's time for tentacles.
Hold on, I'm looking for anything red just to see if I can interact with it besides the book. Guess not. Okay. Well, we have hit a dead end. Hallway. Secret passage. Leads to a room color of your choice. The Halls of Holly, the Green Thumb, the Key to the Bedroom, Red Rover, Gold Sink. I mean, I don't know what I want. I would need to go to the greenhouse, but they took the lever away from me. So I don't know. Gold? Oh, that's gold. Disappointing. Special cost bypassed. But it's a dead-end room, and then the run's over. I mean, unless we go outside and... I don't know if we can go back in through the garage from outside. Kitchen. I can order a banana. That's it. Okay. Nook. Key. Have to pick chapel. So we'll lose a gold in a moment. Corridor. Dude, I mean, I don't even sure what my objective is right now. It's like antechamber. I got there and I couldn't get in. And that's what I thought was what I was working toward the whole game. Now I don't know. Do not have a security card. Bedroom. Apple. One of our 3 keys. Don't have any gems. Have to do boudoir. Coat check. Terrace. Green rooms do not... That's a dead end, so it doesn't matter. Alright, billiard room. Some gold. Alright, 6. 5 times 4 is 20. 5 times 4 is 20. Divided by 10 is 2. 20 minus 15 is 5. Times 3 is 15. Divided by 15 is 1. Key card. Don't have any gems, and the others are dead ends. Okay. Let's do storeroom. And we've got the key card, so we can go back to the gymnasium and use it there. The only one of these that's not a dead end is the dark room. Can't see. Damn. I still don't know what this is. Okay, wait, what? VAC indicators. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know if there's anything new in the break room. Oh, wait, I remember this. This was the little gate I found at the beginning of the game that needed a 4-digit code. So I still don't know what that code is, but I remember that gate. Still got what appears to be a note in like the dining room or something. A package will be delivered here the day after drafting this room. Mail room. Order placed. Dude, I don't think I've ever seen a mansion in a movie or something where a character was so rich they had their own mailroom in their house. Oh, hello. Utility room fuse box. Indicator settings. Press any button above to activate blue. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6. More detailed instructions will be sent by electronic mail to the address client has provided. Okay, so we need to screenshot this. And get rid of the periodic table. Alright. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravane to sender. He is no longer employed with our staff. Okay, I need the magnifying glass in the mailroom. Need magnifying glass for mailroom. Okay. Good for you keeping the desk clean. Hope you didn't need the notes. So rather than trying to like get to the antechamber, it seems like the main point of this game is to, I don't know. Like obviously it's like get certain combinations of rooms. Like get the dark room, and then get the fuse box to turn on power to the dark room to get another clue. It's like you're trying to get certain room combinations, and then use that to proceed in some manner. Shelter protects you from the negative effects of the next 3 red rooms drafted. Welcome to the Mount Holly bomb shelter. Time lock safe. The shelter's time lock safe can be accessed by setting an unlocked date and time. You can use any date and time as long as it's at least 1 hour in the future. Once unlocked, the time lock safe will remain open for 4 hours. Set unlock date. What is today's date in game? Or is this real time? Radiation monitor. A measurement of the radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. These readings are often spiked by the experiments conducted in Miss Holly's laboratory. If the reading is 12 USV or higher, emergency protocol will initiate and all doors in the house are automatically unlocked. Take measurement. Alright, so if you've got the shelter and the lab, you can spike it and unlock all doors. Shelter plus lab. Equal can spike radiation reading and unlock all doors, question mark. A very good noise. Permissions of this terminal. Oh, gosh. Can only check email via the office. We do need to get to the office, wherever that is. Alright. That's it. This run's over. This one's over. So I feel like next time I should visit whatever this outdoorsy room is first. Does that noise give you IT flashbacks? No, that's more my childhood flashbacks. That noise was during my childhood, not when I was in tech support. All right. The days when Muck always sounded like Dennis? I don't know about that. Tomb? Tomb? Each time you draft a dead end in your house, spread 5 gold in the tomb. Tool shed. Trading post. Just because we've never taken it, let's take Tomb just to see if it shows us anything. Each of our journeys comes to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end, or is it? Secret passage. Yo, I just clicked on you at random and was already walking away thinking it didn't work, and then you moved. You can move them... Okay, so you can move all of their arms up or down. So the question is, which one's up, which one's down? Open only in the event of my death. Simon, so here's where it all ends, at least for me. And of all of the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest, and that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition, thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. And I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories, or your mother's, or mine? In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life at the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods, and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds that trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend if not break these chains, then would I cherish this tomb more than an oak, a sycamore, and a spruce, more than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all our domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this sepulchre as a hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be as effective as they are theatric. Okay. Okay, well. Yeah. Alright. What is that thing? A duster? Duster. Pitchfork. Spanky paddle? Hoe? Basketball on a stick? Broom? So no two of them, like, I don't know, what is this? Paintbrush, maybe? So no two of them seem to be the same. Also, baseball hats? Crown. Wide brim hat. Chef's hat. Cowboy hat, top hat, tiara type thing. Okay, so every one of them has something different in their hands, and every one of them has a different hat. And having all of their arms up or all of their arms down is not the solution. Try just going to each one and having just one of them up at a time. What if they represent rooms? Chef's hat could be the kitchen. This one that looks like a basketball on a stick could be the gymnasium. Room, storage closet? I don't know. Okay. Can I... Oh. Someone kicked over the little piece of wood. It's impassable now. It's not possible. Closet for 2 items. Dice and a key. Mailroom. Your package was delivered. Items included a sleeping mask, 2 keys, and a brass compass. Draw floor plans leading north more frequently. Sleep mask. The first time you enter each bedroom with sleep mask, gain 5 steps. Didn't they specifically tell me I am not allowed to sleep in this place? That's why I have the camping site. So that makes no sense whatsoever. Parlor. The gems are in the white box. Only one box contains gems. Only one box is true. Okay, hang on. Gems are in the white box. Only one box contains gems. If those are both true, and they're there, only one box is true, that would be false, and that does meet all the requirements. Nailed it. Hallway. What was this one? Oh, that. Spare room. Den. Use a key. Dining room. Wait, in the dark, okay. In the dark room, we saw a picture of the guy. We saw candlesticks, we saw that, just whatever that's called, china cabinet, and an open door with a bedroom on the other side, and he was standing here holding a letter. So is there a letter in this room, or perhaps do I have to connect a bedroom in there for the letter to show up? And I've never seen this thing open. It says the dining room only opens at like rank 8. I don't know the ranks thing. I don't get what the rank thing means. Alright, so there's no option here to put a bedroom here. Let's do redraw. Still no option for a bedroom. Observatory. 6 stars. Farmer's apple. Actually, wait. I don't see a 6-star option. Diamond is minor, +1 gem. Oh, it's going to be... Okay, so it breaks it into its subcomponents. Okay. Interesting. Have to go chapel. I hate going chapel. Going chapel feels so bad. Check in the pews. Use a key. Rumpus room, I don't think I've ever used. Oh my gosh. I want to be big. Spend a gold.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin.
This was unexpected.
You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear.
You're lost in a bunch of rooms. Oh, on a beach.
A boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something. Something he was told he would not find.
There's a cat.
I see a black cat tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find.
46th room. There was a moon on a necklace on a woman in the picture we saw.
The dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. That was fun. That was a quarter well spent. Oh my gosh, so many quarters. Okay. My last key. Billiard room. Alright, 5. 20 divided by 5 is 4. 13 and 7 is 20. Oh, wait, shoot, I missed one. Hold on. Let's do that again. 4, alright. 13 and 7 is 20. Divided by 4 is 5. 19 minus 11 is 8. Times 3 is 24. Divided by 12 is 2. Good thing I just got a key. Security room connects to office, lab, and shelter. I don't have any of those right now. But if I don't take this, runs over, so take it. Features unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. The only... Okay. One time, we found what looked like a broken lever in the greenhouse. And one time, on a different run, we looted a broken lever. And we didn't find the greenhouse on that run. So I'm guessing the greenhouse... Let me see, hang on. Greenhouse plus more, question mark, require levers to open antechamber. I'd forgotten about that note. Still don't get the higher ranks thing. Wait, this is security rank 8. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, is it just like what row? Okay, maybe the rank is just what row it's on. Okay, I don't think there's anything more I can do in here right now. Laboratory can connect to the security. But the laboratory needs power from the boiler room, which we've never seen before. Experiment. So now that there's an experiment, a radiation of the building should be higher, but I don't I currently have got the tomb, not the other thing, so that's not gonna connect. Alright, so now let's go over here and press enter and log into network. Swan Song. Connect to network. Guild Wars 1, 20 years premiere in 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna swap categories in a few minutes. We'll watch it live. Remote access. View active terminals. Laboratory. Connecting to terminal. Oh, is this just the exact same thing as just walking over there? Oh, shoot. Okay, that's kind of disappointing. I thought it would be more than that. Okay, so hang on. Go back here. And there's the edge of the antechamber. No, I never counted. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 5. That's 45. And then there's that room outside, which is currently the tomb, which would be 46. But if we so the antechamber is the 46th room. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything else in here? What was that? It's like a picture of a fan. My biggest fan. Alright, we've already read through that book. Hey? Chip just woke up. Locked. No, I'm out of keys. This is going to use quite a few steps. Oh. Dinner is served. Today's main course, country stew pie, boiled chuck stew layered and then baked to perfection, topped with mashed potato Parmesan cheese crust. Plus an additional 10 if you have a boiler room in your house. I don't have dinner. I don't have a boiler room. Let's see. Archived floor plan. Whoa. What is this? Oh, that's a key card door. I don't think I have a key card right now. What the heck's like the foundation, rank 5. Okay. Locked. Oh, dang it, now I just got it. Blueprints equals blueprints. Yeah. I admit, I didn't get it at first either. It was, someone else pointed it out to me. I was like, ah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, we got 30 steps remaining, but there's nothing left I can do. Again. Alright, call it a day. Alright. Man, this is a frustrating game. This is a very frustrating game. Just because, like, I'm constantly fighting a sense of I'm not getting anything done. Like, I've got some notes and stuff like that, but I feel like I'm constantly fighting the sense of I'm accomplishing nothing here. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm making progress. I'm not sure. I'll show you guys my notes so far. I need 4 digits for an outside little gate lock. There's the note for 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. Security can remote connect to office, lab, and shelter. We got the computer password. Laboratory puzzle says push 3 up after 9, but that requires power from the boiler room. We need a magnifying glass to read a note in the mail room. Shelter plus lab can spike radiation and unlock all doors. Greenhouse plus possibly more requires levers to open up the antechamber. We found this song. I don't know what to do with that. And we found this fuse box thing. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. But we're going to take a break from it for a little bit. We'll come back, and we're going to go see this premiere thing and do our watch party, and then maybe afterward return to Blueprints. All right, chat, give me just a moment. My boy just walked in. I'll be right back. All right, boy's off to bed in a moment. Okay, let's close out of that. We'll just hover here for a second. And we'll change to the Guild Wars to category. And so, just so y'all know what's going on, Guild Wars. Let me do a little marker here. All right, Guild Wars, both Guild Wars 1 / Guild Wars 2, ArenaNet, whatever you want to call it, they are releasing a thing called The Making of Guild Wars, 25 Years of ArenaNet, which is supposed to be this massive documentary that's supposed to be really awesome. And we're going to check it out.
In the beginning, Guild Wars 1 was kind of an experiment.
Premieres in 3 minutes.
To kind of make a mark. They put it on the show floor, turned it on before the game was finished, and people lost their minds.
Oh, it's Colin.
I don't know about the higher ups, but like me personally, at that point, I was like, oh yeah, we got something here.
The initial pitch inside the studio felt like the vision was so compelling.
It was revolutionary.
Get to play an MMO for free.
That was huge. That was where someone said, yes, we're doing this, but we're not doing this.
Being able to sit side by side with all these people as the button was being pressed was phenomenal.
I think I'm more proud of this game than anything that I've ever worked on.
It's a really vast world.
There are so many like interconnected things. You have to think about how do you tell a compelling story over 10 years? That's not an easy thing to do.
And it got
so big that our servers were refusing connection.
It is overwhelming working on an
Suddenly
MMO
End of
all the
Dragons.
time.
We had this giant asset.
Ended up being 16 months of development time.
They recorded our screen and they leaked the footage that night and we were heartbroken. What an awful way to start the convention. But the biggest risk of building
Hold on,
a
what
game
was
like-
that? They leaked the footage. Who did that?
And they leaked the footage that night and we were
Like, of Guild Wars
heartbroken.
2?
What an awful way to start the convention. But the biggest risk of building a game like this is it's really easy to stop taking chances.
People say, how do you work somewhere for 20 years? Well, in the game business, you are lucky enough to work at a studio that still exists after 25.
Oh, hang on. Was that the break room? Yeah, dude, this is the break room. I saw this room when we were at ANET. I don't recognize this one. I'm wondering if this is the room that they turned into the mocap room, or maybe this is just one I didn't see. It looked like the similar floor plan.
If we make online worlds and we connect people in this online world, then we absolutely can figure out how do we work together online.
All night long, it was just this wonderful celebration with all of our fans.
A lot of the connections that the community makes among
Ruby!
themselves.
That's magical.
You have cemented your reputation as the single friendliest community in all of online gaming.
It's very reinvigorating.
You're welcome.
I'm so proud of what we've created.
I'm glad we're here after 20 years.
It's been a pretty wild ride all this time.
All right, Chad, that's it. That's the whole video. Yeah. Hope you liked it. All right, well, back to what we were doing. No, that's the teaser. We ended it at just the right moment. Video's supposed to begin any moment now. Let me see, hang on. I thought I saw Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 says good evening. All right, so this is probably Ruby or Joey or someone over at ArenaNet that is on the GW2 account. Guild Wars community really is most exclusive in all gaming, not gonna lie. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like, it's not perfect. I don't think any community is, but it is one where you can ask question and usually get an answer and not insults. Is it slime time? It's nearly slime time. Nearly slime time. I'm wondering if I need to, like, refresh the page or just wait here. I don't usually watch premiere. Oh, there we go. I was about to say I don't usually watch premieres on YouTube, so I wasn't really sure how it worked. Let's see. We need his face as an emote. Oh, the slime time emote? Give your full into chat. My full into chat. Like my intro? There's Ian. Yeah, there's Iron Maiden, there's Bog Otter, there's Malchior. There's a few here. Who decided to release this at 10 p.m. Eastern and 4 a.m. European time? Madness. There we go. There's my opinion on this video, chat. Imagine how many jobs caps lock. Oh yeah, it's cruise control for cool. Imagine how many jobs can a company give for so many years when it's not guided by greed, however all player basically could be. Well, keep in mind that there was, what was it, a couple years ago, they actually had to fire like 100 people. So they could have been a little greedier. they ran out of money. They could have been a little greedier. We're looking YouTube countdown. Yeah, I mean, it looks like drugs, doesn't it? Like, I'm looking at this and it's like pills rolling by. It was not their decision. I blame NCSoft. Yeah. It's being released at 7 p.m. ArenaNet time. I have a feeling ArenaNet are hosting their company holiday party this evening by premiering at 7 p.m. It's in the middle of their party. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Refresh if you don't see the countdown. Let me see. Do I still have... Where's my Discord? Seeing if they're doing anything. Oh yeah, I think they are doing like a premiere, like an RL party or something like that. But I am back on my side of the country, so cannot attend that. Oh, there's Aurora Peachy. There's another name I recognize. Tyrion fight tactics. Let's go. Oh, there's Lorenity.
As a studio,
all right, I'm hiding
chat.
chat.
After 20 years.
People say, how do you work somewhere for 20 years? Well, in the game business, you are lucky enough to work at a studio that still exists after 25. And that's rare and a wonderful thing. And that just comes back to the DNA of the studio.
There's this secret little culture that I think has just never left ArenaNet.
We respect our players.
That was them singing Smash the Dragon, Bash the Dragon.
It's players first.
I remember that.
Make sure that we're doing right by them.
A huge part of what makes ArenaNet unique is when we start out to build a brand new game from scratch, and this process was used to make Guild Wars 1, it's used to make Guild Wars 2. We'll use it for any game we ever make in the future.
It's used to make Guild Wars.
When we look at what are the player
I was like, is he going to count any
in the
higher?
Industry? What are the frustrations in the genre that players have? What are the opportunity spaces where there are things that we could solve for, that if we could solve those complex problems, that players would feel like games were more approachable, the genre was a better genre to play in.
Really believe that the game is a reflection of our culture.
Building a place where everyone is welcome.
Because we do have a fantastic community.
That just deepens our stories.
I really love the experience to be able to work on a game like this.
We're thrilled you're here. Come on.
Backstory of ArenaNet. Yeah,
I took a picture with that sign.
Back in 2000, the three original founders of ArenaNet, Jeff, Pat, and Mo, left Blizzard, and they're often credited as the creators of BattleNet for Blizzard, which is a really big deal for those of us who grew up in the 90s or the 2000s, or even still today. BattleNet's still a big deal, and they wanted to form a new company based on the things that
that was most of my teens.
A lot of what they
was
loved
on
about
BattleNet.
Blizzard, and the things that they wanted to create out of an entirely new game studio. So they started off, I believe, in Pat's living room, and then eventually ended up in Mo's living room, and then eventually they ended up getting a location that became the first spot that the studio was built out from. And now, 2 locations later, we're in this amazing location today.
The founders all came from an engineering and design background. And so they did some amazing things with pipelines and streaming and the technology, the foundation of the engine that Guild Wars was built on.
So I got started in 2003. ArenaNet was kind of an unknown then still. We hadn't shipped Guild Wars yet. But I knew the pedigree of the 3 founders. They all had great reputations, been at Blizzard, and so there was a lot of that DNA that they wanted to bring up here and start this studio.
If you go back to all the way to the beginning and the roots of when Guild Wars 1 was created, the #1 player problem back in the early 2000s that was identified was, why do people have to pay a subscription fee to play these giant online MMO games with their friends? And so everything about Guild Wars 1 was created with the idea of solving for an online game that we could run without having to charge a monthly subscription fee, which was, especially at the time, they were expensive. It's a big limiting factor to get people in to play your game. And so Guild Wars 1 was built from the ground up with every single piece of the game taken into account of how to operate it incredibly inexpensively.
So when I was still contracting on audio, I met with a couple of the founders, Jeremy and I, and we were talking about integrating the music and then talking about all the fancy stuff you could do with audio. One of the founders said, no, we're not doing that. What do you mean? This game's gonna be awesome, it should have awesome audio. It is going to have awesome audio. We have a good, solid audio system, and we've hired people that are gonna make great sounds, but all that stuff you wanna do, we don't need to do, because that's not what this game is about. This game is about multiplayer online play, cooperative play. To me, that was huge. That was where someone said, yes, we're doing this, but we're not doing this.
So everything about the way that our servers worked, the way that we pass data across the internet, we kind of invented the microservices model that is so common today with AWS and all these other shared services, and built it at ArenaNet before it really was a common thing anywhere else with distributed networking. We had a physics simulation that was incredibly inexpensive. Those of us on the design team spent a huge amount of our time evaluating exact rules of when creatures woke up in the world and when they went to sleep. All of these things to reduce the overhead of running a giant online game, to solve the core player problem of creating an online game that we could just sell and not have to charge a subscription fee for.
There was only about 20 of us at the time at the start of the studio, so everybody had to wear a lot of different hats.
For many years, I was volunteering for whatever needed to get done. So I took the screenshots that were on the back of like the boxes for Prophecies and Factions. I made trailers.
I was a 3D artist at the time, and so I got my start doing a lot of odd jobs initially. First two major roles at the studio was one to design the company logo and the Guild Wars logo, and then the other one was to develop sort of initial concepts for what our UI for Guild Wars was going to be.
Oh wow, that UI!
Before I came to work here, one of the things that had me most excited when I read about the Guild Wars franchise was the idea that this is a studio that was willing to take their game very early in development and just put it out there for as much feedback as possible. There's a moment where a few years before launch, they took Guild Wars to E3, they put it on the show floor, and they turned the game on online so that anyone globally could play the game online at the same time in alpha form with the people on the show floor at E3. And that was unheard of. There had never been anything done like that before.
And we all went down to Los Angeles and we hit the convention floor. This was our chance to kind of make a mark of like, this is our game. And a lot of people hadn't heard of it yet. I mean, that was just an electric moment of that first sense of like, people like what we're doing.
Just the amount of interest, the amount of passion, the amount that we saw our community grow kind of overnight just by letting people play the game. I don't know about the higher ups, but like me personally at that point, I was like, oh yeah, we got something here.
There were so many golden moments from that show.
There was a brief period of time where actually Guild Wars Live at E3 was like the 5th largest online game in the world when it was just a demo.
At the very end of the event, ended up having a party in like the main town. It was Ascalon City at the time. I was actually the video recorder at the time, so I was sitting there doing fly-throughs of the crowds and just watching them do like conga lines and stuff like that. And just seeing all of the hype, like seeing all the players being like, oh my God, I'm so sad this is getting shut down. I can't wait for it to come out. Like it was a moment.
One of our core tenets, and this has been part of Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, was to make something that was artisanal, handcrafted, and to make something that didn't look computer generated. That when you're looking at a frame, that you're looking at a piece of art versus like, oh, a CG experiment. Like how far can we push this?
So for Guild Wars, the original Guild Wars, there's a whimsy to it that I don't see in a lot of games.
We're not trying to be super grungy or serious all the time.
You know, the art style, it's not just an art style, it's a art concept.
But I enjoy the push at ArenaNet to like push forms a little bit bigger, to exaggerate things a little bit more, to work more in that stylized realm.
In some of the maps, like they're the big icebergs that look like ships. You know, that's what I mean about it's more of an art concept than an art style. You're like, mixes stuff together in ways where that's recognizable but fresh.
It's a weird IP in some ways, right? Because it has, bits of fantasy, it has bits of sci-fi, it's dragons, but it's also jade golems and floating cube cities and a little bit of cyberpunk over here, but a little bit, medieval over here. It's a really vast world.
One of the big things as we were continuing to move forward was that we didn't want technology to be in itself what we're gonna hang our hat on. You don't look at Mario Brothers and say, oh, that looks lesser than. It is what it is, and it's 100% correct for what it is. It's not trying to do different things. It's not trying to do mocap, and all of these technological advancements. It's just going, they're pixels, they're colored pixels, and it's fun, and it works.
At the beginning, when I first joined the company, Guild Wars 1 was kind of an experiment. Like, we were trying to figure out how to create storied missions and campaigns that could be experienced in any order and allow players to kind of take these characters, go on these fantastical journeys, all through the lens of a skill capping system where the skill builds and customization was all part of it.
So some of the unique things that brought people to the Guild Wars franchise, especially early on, that separated it from the other games in the MMO space, was our focus on what we call horizontal progression. The idea being that you could level your character up to max level very, very quickly. Guild Wars 1 only had 20 levels in it. And so in a matter of a couple of days, a week, you could get your character up to max level.
When I first started here, Guild Wars 1 was quite a bit smaller.
Ashes. Ashes of creation.
Explorable zones between the actual missions, they weren't in yet. Originally, we assumed that PvE would be sort of a staging ground for people to learn the core mechanics of the game, and then eventually they would shift over to the PvP side of the game. And we actually found throughout the development that players really gravitated towards the sort of PvE side of Guild Wars 1. We thought it was going to be more like you do the PvE area to learn the functionality of the game, and then you shift over to PvP. But it turns out that people really just wanted more of that PvE experience. So we added the explorable zones, which, God, when I think about it, it probably tripled the amount of playable space there was on the PvE side, because that was the bulk of the play space.
Back in 2007, my husband actually started playing first, and I was just reading a book on the couch. I glanced up and saw this beautiful, pastoral landscape on his computer screen and had this moment of, what's that? It was the original Guild Wars. It was pre-searing, which is the tutorial area, basically, if you're not familiar, and it was absolutely stunning. And I wanted to play too.
Pre-searing Ascalon, that got added pretty late. That was kind of an 11th hour addition. I think it made the game, honestly.
It was on that day that the Char discovered a way
They added
around
pre-searing
the Great
late in
Wall.
development? That's a surprise.
The game originally started and you were in Ascalon and it was completely destroyed. And that's unfortunate to see this place that's all ruined, but by adding pre-searing and letting people get a glimpse of it pre-destruction, they got to see that loss. They're like, this place was beautiful, and look at it now. I mean, there's a lot of people to this day that still resent the Char race that we have in Guild Wars 2 as a playable race because of Ascalon, and that was 20 years ago?
Humans
Back when
invaded
Guild Wars 1
another
first
world,
shipped,
Char did nothing
We had
wrong.
no idea what to do with the game after launch day. We were just hoping to ship and have it be successful. And so when all of these players poured into the game, and all of a sudden we had this giant audience, we all kind of looked at each other like, well, what do we do now? And so we spent a couple of months just having fun and inventing this place called Saros Furnace, which was the first live update in the history of the Guild Wars franchise outside of holidays. And then we decided we really should have expansions in this game, because that, in a game with no subscription fee, we're gonna need expansions if we want to viably be able to pay to keep the business going. And we embarked on this absolutely crazy concept of every 6 months we were going to ship expansions. And so we shipped
that
Guild
didn't
Wars
last very
factions,
long.
and it wasn't just an expansion. We called them campaigns because they were full expansion and they had an entire standalone
Siege
entry
Turtle.
part of the game that made it so you didn't even need to own the base game. You could just buy Guild Wars Factions as a standalone game, play the entire game level 1 to 20 in factions, and then play the rest of the game on top of that.
And so I just want to say, I think I'm more proud of this game than anything that I've ever worked on.
When we originally launched Guild Wars Factions, it was the first time that I had been in the studio and we were launching the game. And this was really early on as in my days as a QA tester here at the company. It was special for a number of reasons. One is that the studio made us feel like we were part of it. It wasn't like QA was some outsourced group that was there to check their work, so to speak, or make sure that things were perfect. But we worked side by side with the developers, and we were proving to them what in-house QA could do. Being able to sit side by side with all these people as the button was being pressed, as we were letting all the new players into the new campaign, was phenomenal. And it was nice to be able to spend some time playing with them in real time.
The game is running smooth as silk. The problems that we're working on this last day are tiny, tiny little problems, compared to any other release we've ever done. So,
That's why I say something different.
So let's give everyone here a hand for the great work they've done.
And we did that, and then 6 months later, we turned around and shipped another one of those called Guild Wars Nightfall.
Nightfall is officially launched. We're launching here a couple hours early. And so what we're going to do here is bring it up on the big screen TV so you can see. Now here's the trick. Nightfall doesn't go on sale until tomorrow. Okay? So the only people who are getting it at this point are, there are some stores that sold it before they were supposed to sell it. Some people have it at home. And then we started selling it online a couple hours ago. And we've had 2,000 people buy access keys online.
And we realized this is crazy. What are we doing? We can't build an entire new game every 6 months and keep repeating it. It was exhausting.
Like I said, that didn't last very long.
But also, if you think back on it, the idea of a massive expansion like that every 6 months, it's borderline unheard of in the history of the MMO space, and it's pretty incredible. We pulled it off.
No. We have to go up here to damage him, and then once he gets back, he falls and like we damage his core.
Is that Abaddon?
And then he stands back up, and we need to go back up that way.
I never raided in Guild Wars 1, so I never saw that.
Developers, but first and foremost, we're community developers, and we just do it the best way possible, which is through games. And so a lot of the pillars that we put in terms of the design philosophy was always trying to make it so you were excited about seeing other players, and how do we create that close-knit friendships, those collaborative experiences, because that's what transcends time. And so ultimately it was going to be the stories that players took away from the game, not necessarily the game itself.
I love Guild Wars.
It's the last mission of Nightfall? Oh, okay, I've said many times I never got to
love
Nightfall.
Guild Wars 1
I never played that one.
I played the assassin class from Factions, and at the time, that was the most hated class, because all the nerds were like, oh, Naruto, let's play assassin, let's go. I just liked the class, okay? I thought it was a fun class, I was really into it, and I was unwilling to give up, so I was an assassin main. Getting a group to want an assassin, because it was just flooded at the time, was nearly impossible in Guild Wars 1, especially right after Factions. So I could not find a group to get through missions. So what I ended up having to do was become a leader and say, okay,
yeah, make your own groups.
Anyone's welcome. I'll be the leader, I'll form up this group to go into this mission. And at times we would sometimes have 4 assassins, and they were like, there's no way we can do this. And I said, yes, there is, okay? I have this build.
It's not a big deal, there's just DPS.
If you try this build, right? We can do this. And they weren't sure. I said, no, we can do this. We try it, we succeed. And I did this multiple times with different groups of oddball setups of classes. And they were always impressed when we could finish at the end, and we could. When I reflect back on it, it was kind of the first time I got confidence in being a leader. It sounds silly, but this game taught me what does it mean to be a leader, especially in hard times.
Building a place where everyone is welcome. That was the core element behind all the mechanics that we've designed, the story that we tell.
They know that they can come to our game and there's something to do, there's people to hang out with.
The fact that you can play with a stranger and they're not going to kill you on sight, but instead when you are in need of help, they can help you. We incentivize being a good human.
Those damage numbers on the
reviving
screen.
a down person. You can share the consumables you make with other people to help them get through a fight. There are little things that we do in how we make the game function that incentivize better camaraderie.
Now he's dead. No, come on.
I've had interactions in the past.
Heroes never die,
social
Mox
media
can never be
channels
conquered.
Somebody who
Wait,
was new to
Mox was the
community
first Mercy?
Did not really understand how something worked, and it wasn't that they were necessarily saying something hateful or negative. It was just indicating that they were new. So many times I could just sit back. I didn't need to do anything because our existing community would come in and help them and show them, this is how it works here. We're thrilled you're here. Come on.
And remember, my friend, you never fight alone.
Except for when all the gods left and said good luck with Balthazar, and then we fought alone.
Right about then, we realized that the things we were trying to do with Guild Wars 1 wasn't going to be viable for us 10, 15 years later, for us to keep building on top of the franchise and growing the way that we wanted to. And we looked around and we were building a project then called Guild Wars Utopia.
They're actually going to talk about Utopia? I'm surprised they're not just glossing over this.
We were always continuing to push the bounds of the types of features that we wanted in, the types of skills that we wanted into the game. And that's when we really started experimenting with what would a true new iteration of the franchise look like. And so when we were actually talking about Utopia originally as kind of the 4th campaign, a lot of the ideas were, hey, I think we need to go back to the beginning. We need to restart some of this conversation. So it really was about always trying to find some innovative way to push forward, to find meaning in the design choices that we were making and not just putting things in for the sake of, here's a new bullet for the back of the box. And that was kind of the impetus of how we started focusing on Guild Wars 2.
And so a large chunk of the ideas for Utopia and the development for Utopia and the developers moved on to start building the concept for Guild Wars 2. And we stayed and built one more expansion, Guild Wars Eye of the North, which was very much designed to both close the story of Guild Wars 1, but also to be a setup for Guild Wars 2 that would release later.
And when we were building Eye of the North, we kind of knew, here's some of the stuff that we're gonna set the seeds for. These mountain ranges that you were like, if you squint, you would realize that this is a dragon.
At the time, we had a very mature game and mature community, and like they had a lot of tools and tricks and everything. They'd come up with all the perfect builds and everything like that. So it was actually really exciting to be able to be like, we could kind of take the gloves off now.
The initial pitch for Guild Wars 2, just like inside the studio, felt like the vision was so compelling.
We're under attack!
The first thing we would talk about in the meetings when they were like, here's what we're gonna do, was the open world nature of the game and open world events, and saying, we're not gonna do quests where you've got a character with an exclamation point over their head. There's just going to be centaurs attacking this farm.
We're gonna put a heart over
and
their
you'll
head.
see the centaurs attacking, you'll be like, I'm gonna save those people.
This idea of, okay, we can build these dynamic zones, we can add like vertical jumping, which wasn't part of the original Guild Wars 1. And as we started exploring more and more of this, we just wanted to go, tear the engine down to those bare bones and then rebuild it up as kind of that next iteration.
So it is a drastically different game, but I do feel like the heart of Tyria really carried over. Like even the map design is a very good example where you go to certain areas of maps and it's like, yeah, this is what I would expect that same place to look like 250 years later.
MMOs are definitely a challenge to work on and to create. You have to think about, how do you tell a compelling story over 10 years? That's not an easy thing to do.
It is overwhelming working on an MMO all the time. There is no harder type of game that you can make in game development. It is the most complex with the most variables and the largest scope of games.
Oh, she had a
and the
Janthier
largest
shirt
array
on,
of
so this
players
is
who
recent
all
footage.
want different experiences.
Putting on our storyteller's hat, okay, we're writing a story that's designed to take a player tens or even hundreds of hours to complete. We want to give you a lot of side content. We want to make sure that we're giving you just enough, but not too much. There's a lot of lore that we want to convey.
And the firstborn awakened.
So trying to figure out how to pace it, where you put it, are there different channels you put it in? This will be voiced, this will be a thing that you read when you click on it. This is optional, but this has to be done.
You get a lot of random things in your game that maybe make it less cohesive, but they all come from a particular dev that is very passionate about one thing, and finds an audience for that one thing, because it's an MMO. There's a very large audience.
So with Guild Wars 2, it was just like, okay, what do we have to work with? We went from characters being hand-painted textures that took about a week to full ZBrush models that took 6 or 7 weeks to create. And the detail and everything, it was more, but the time was more as well. So, okay, well, how do we plan around that?
And yet, I sense darkness approaching.
The first year that we took the playable demo for Guild Wars 2 to Gamescom in Germany, and it was really like the giant coming out party for Guild Wars 2 to the world. We did our huge announcement trailer. We brought the game to the show floor to let people play it for the first time. And the first morning before Gamescom opened, we were doing a rehearsal on the show floor. And we had a bunch of dev commands turned on that made it so like enemies couldn't see us and we were invisible in the world, and we were running around making sure the demo that was gonna go okay. And there was a press outlet that we didn't know was there, and they recorded our screen and recorded all the footage. And they leaked the footage that night, and it was like this grainy, really crappy looking footage that showed the game in the worst possible light, because we were using all these dev commands. All our characters were invisible, so all the enemies were just standing around in the world not doing anything. And everyone was freaking out. They're like, this game looks terrible, the AI is awful, what have they done? They've ruined the Guild Wars franchise. And we all saw that the first night, and we were heartbroken. What an awful way to start the convention where our game was gonna get shown. And then the next day, the show floor opens, And everybody gets to come in and start playing the game for the first time. And we show all the trailers and all the game footage for real with enemies actually reacting to players. And people lost their minds. And the line on the show floor was so long to play the game that they reached the point every day where they had to stop the line because the convention that I think was like 10 or 12 hours long each day, the line was longer than anyone would ever get to play the game.
The queues were maxed out because we did this like 30, 40-minute experience because we want to make sure people had a real chance to experience everything that it had to offer. But we also knew, given that it was designed to be played with players, we needed the studio's support, right? So it felt like the world was alive. Because there's nothing worse than like playing an MMO when there's no one around you and you're missing one of the core components for it.
So we're like, all right, here's the plan. Everyone at the studio is going to play the game that week. We'll all be in the game, running around, acting like we're just more people. So we had the whole studio
they were inflating the numbers.
Switched to European time for the week, starting the workday at midnight.
So the whole studio went on graveyard shift for a week. The whole office was playing with the players in Germany, and they had food trucks across the whole night, 3 food trucks a day, and ice buckets of Monster.
Honey, I have to stay late. They're making me do dungeons, and they bought tacos.
Where people had like a big virtual map of the game, and we could see dots where players are, and if we ever saw a player, stray too far away, we'd send a pack of devs over to play with them. And so that was,
send the
kind of like a LAN
devs.
party experience for a whole week before launch. Like that's awesome.
It was a magical moment.
And I tell you what, those 5 days in Germany, like it changed everything for the Guild Wars 2 development team because we left and we knew we had something.
My gosh, there was so much hype, and we had a joke for a while. Unfortunately, for some of these sites, it was not a joke. If we linked to a press article, if we linked to a fan site, they would immediately get the internet hug of death and be crushed under the traffic that we sent. So we were trying to, at one point, we were trying to warn journalists, hey, in 2 hours, I'm going to link to your website. Like, I don't know what you need to do, but you should start doing it now, because everyone was so unbelievably excited.
Guild Wars 2, very similar core business model, box price to buy the game, no subscription fee at launch.
So it was actually launch night. We were going to turn the game on at midnight. Servers are getting ready to be turned on. We had this big TV that was hooked up and could give us a graph of like logins and concurrency. And, everybody's waiting, bated breath. There was this like ceremonial moment of, all right, boom, the servers are live. And then we saw that number go from like 0 and it shot up. I mean, it was hundreds of thousands. It could have been 1 million people that night seeing that in that moment and going, oh, we actually made a game that people want to play and that they like. It was incredible, and I'll never forget that moment.
So the night that we launched Guild Wars 2, Isaiah Cartwright, who was the lead systems designer at the time, the two of us were housemates. We were here for the initial celebration. So we heard the speeches about the gratitude that NCSoft had, the gratitude that the founders had for helping us get to this point. And the second that they pushed the button, we ran down, we skipped the rest of the party, we jumped in the car, drove home because we immediately had to get home to play with the players.
We immediately had to get home to
We
play.
built this community, whether through the beta events that
Can't
we
talk,
had,
honey, have to log
we had
in.
some huge world versus world battles, epic back then, but this was a chance for us to really continue to experience this. It was so cool to be there in that moment that that was more important to us than celebrating with the rest of the studio.
But then as the reviews started coming out and as more people started playing it, more people started buying it, and it got so big that our servers were refusing connections. It was just overload. And we actually made the deliberate decision to stop sales for a day or two just to control the number of people coming in.
We were struggling to keep everything running because there were so many people online, and we took one night off for all of us to just go celebrate. We rented out a restaurant and bar at the top floor of a mall in downtown Seattle across the street from PAX. And we thought a bunch of our fans are gonna show up, we'll get to meet them, this is gonna be incredible. And we got there, and 5 hours before the party started, there was a line all the way around the top floor of the mall that wound down to the middle floor of the mall.
The first Seattle meet and
by
greet.
the time the party started, the line had wound all the way down to the bottom floor of the mall. And all night long, just Every time somebody would leave and another person came in, there was just this wonderful, joyous celebration with all of our fans. We signed, I don't know how many thousands of different posters and artwork and body parts awkwardly that night, and all sorts of shirts, all sorts of stuff. But it was just this pure moment of the fans and the developers we were all one, celebrating this launch of this game all together that we all love. I will remember that for the rest of my life.
Victory at last.
It's very reinvigorating because being a game developer is a very difficult job. So having moments of levity where you can see a person face to face and they're just kind of like showing how engaged they are with the things that you created and like the art you brought into this world, it's really exciting.
This is a dawn that Tyria shall never forget. This day is ours.
Hey Traherne, haven't heard you in a while. Hope you're doing good. 2014 launched in China, marking a major milestone in ArenaNet's history. In just 2 months, sales in China reached 3.8 million, doubling the game's total sales. Why didn't they voice this?
After launch, very similar to Guild Wars 1, we tried some really wild ideas. And the wild
Harem says, how does it feel to be over 7.5 years straight? I've been straight my whole life.
The idea we tried after Guild Wars 2 shipped was
no
this
judgment,
concept that we
but I
called
have.
Living World. And at the time, our then studio head, who was one of the original founders, challenged all of us on the development team on Guild Wars 2 to try to deliver an experience inspired by how popular Game of Thrones was on HBO at the time, of how everybody was talking about Game of Thrones and everyone was talking about this incredible experience of this water cooler moment where every time a new episode came out, it was all anyone could talk about. He challenged us to come up with what could we do in Guild Wars that would create an experience like that, which is where Living World was born from, of this concept of we would have episodic updates. Eventually we got to the point where we were delivering them every 2 weeks, where the game world would meaningfully change and the story would move forward, with the goal of having every 2 weeks everybody would show up and want to be a part of it. And the business model for that started off with originally, we just had those episodes given out for free.
Yeah,
and
it
that
didn't make any
proved to
sense
not
at
be
all.
very successful. We also took the updates out of the game immediately after, so you had to be there to experience it, more like a TV show. Turns out fans hated that idea, and so we pivoted from that, and then we started doing, if you showed up while the episode was live, you got it for free, and if you came after the 2-week window when it was live, you had to pay a small fee to get the episode. And we followed that model for a while, and that also was not a viable business model for us.
Also
and
dumb.
eventually we pivoted to going back to delivering expansions.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you just saw was the world premiere of the first expansion pack for Guild Wars 2.
We did Heart of Thorns, we did Path of Fire, eventually End of Dragons, and so we did a handful of really big paid expansions for Guild Wars 2 with Living World episodes in between.
It has been 6 months since I asked them if I could make a plushie of this.
I would say
I've been told they're still thinking about it.
is the biggest component to game development. If you can't succeed in that, you're not going to make a game.
There is a lot more of an emphasis on that collaborative element.
You know, in the creative process, like, good ideas come from anywhere. There's entire features we built for the game that came from the mind of an artist, not a systems designer. There's artwork in the game that is inspired by something a designer said who had very little artistic skill.
People are surprise you all the time with how creative they are.
Even going back so far as, the Coden being these giant polar bears on these iceberg ships was born out of 2 amazing concept art pieces that we had early on that just was the ships and these polar bear creatures. And it was like, this makes sense in our mind. And so we were inspired. And so a lot of what you see in the game and a lot of those cool moments are these inspirational points that we take from each other. And so when you talk about collaboration, it's not just about working side by side, but it's also about helping push each other to think outside the box, to find something new that we haven't considered before.
Krakatork was a hard one in that cross collaboration, just because the request was we need a large dragon, and every team along the way was like, how are we going to do this?
He was such a giant dragon, and he is the asset, the art asset that we spent the most time on of any other asset in the game as a whole.
From concept to modeling, to rigging. That was a big one. How we're going to animate it, how we're going to frame it, what's the sound, like even the audio team, like how do you make something sound big and impressive compared to the rest of the mix.
Dude, I forgot how good that sounds. It's been years since I've seen this
16
cutscene.
months of development time.
You had designers sitting next to programmers, the environment artists sitting next to the designers to figure out how we were going to have the content flow throughout there, or working with the animators or the effects artists to really kind of make sure that it was a cohesive experience.
And so how we planned to use him over the Living World story was very strategic. And as we were continuing to create the art, it was like, well, how can we utilize him in Path of Fire? Okay, well, you can have his head. we
You
can
have
his head. And okay, well, let's focus on. And so that development process of going through an asset that's
We've
just
got
so
a head
massive,
done. Take it or leave it.
but in a timeline where you're releasing something in a short time frame, how you're planning that out, how you're scheduling it, how you're building that asset, there was a lot going into that planning.
Dragonfall, where Krakatork's falling through the void and down into the water to become an island, was the hardest cinematic to make just because we had this giant asset. And you're trying to like film it to be all in frame and not have clipping plane issues and not have LOD issues, which we did constantly. So it's like this battle between making it feel large, having it be in frame, and not clipping.
So rather than a battle between us and Krakatork, it was more of a battle between Krakatork and the cameramans.
A joy, I'll just say.
What is that? Wait. What is that concept art for timing? This is the concept. And then is that the char? Oh my god. Hold on, chat. I need some pictures here. Oh man. Hold on. That and then that. Okay. There we go. Side by side. There we go, chat. It's the same picture. Holy crap. I'm gonna do something with that later. I will tweet that for internet points
franchise
later.
that has persisted for so long means that it has just like a wealth of stuff to build upon. Like the lore
Chloe, I met her in
potential.
Seattle.
Narratively, I think we've grown in our storytelling quite a bit. I think that our characters really shine in Guild Wars 2. Not that they didn't in Guild Wars 1, but we have become a bit more of a character-focused narrative. So that's a big change. But honestly, I feel like that only just enriches the world, because then you're seeing the humans or the Char or the Asura or whatever that live in this world and how they react to it and everything like that. So I actually feel like the shifts in how we've treated narrative have only been complementary to the overall franchise.
I'm going to dream now.
There are definitely big moments in our story, whether it's the ending of the Elder Dragon saga, which was a huge moment for us. The one that I was the most excited about is actually the end after that. We had been trying to sort of cement a relationship with Casimir and Marjorie, two of our core characters, that from their introduction, they'd kind of had this, hint of a relationship.
Hey, what's wrong? You've been unusually quiet today. Oh, they're so cute.
We kept trying to find a place to really solidify what this means. And we tried at the end of our first expansion, and it didn't fit. And so we tried to find another place in the second expansion. Also, it was like, now this is just it's too distracting. And so with the ending of the Elder Dragon saga, this felt like the best time to have a really calm, quiet moment just for them.
Well,
Oh, it's
friends,
Aurora Peachy.
You're probably wondering why we asked you here today.
And
Dude, she eats this stuff up. I am not surprised they got a clip of her for this.
Thrilled because I think our community had been wanting that as much as we had been wanting to do it.
You stood by me through everything.
So seeing the community get to that point and seeing, people on live streams, crying, sobbing, that it's, you know, tears of joy that they finally got to see this emotional moment.
Yeah, they're not. I had nothing there, dude. I was there and I'm like, I hate this. And people are like, you hate gay weddings? I was like, no, I just hate weddings, dude. I barely survived my own wedding. They're so boring. I hate weddings.
I was like, yeah, that's why we do this.
Where's the Mukluk shot? No, that would drag it down. They don't want a Mukluk shot there.
Yeah, I think one of the most
Shaded
impactful,
mug,
I think just moments that stick out to me in my time back at ArenaNet was actually the release of End of Dragons back in 2022. Because there was just so much that went on kind of behind the scenes and leading up to that moment that made it feel so powerful for us at the studio. I mean, we had, you know, come off a layoff back in 2019, and then you slap a global pandemic on top of all of that, and it was pretty much a recipe for, you know, things just being really tough.
Slap a global pandemic on it.
COVID was definitely an adventure.
Cloggin loves whiteboard
I remember
drawings.
the first day that they pulled us into the conference room, which was ironic since they were announcing a pandemic that they pulled everyone into a conference room. But be that as it may, they let us know that, you know, what was going on and that we'd be closing the office. At the time, it seemed like it was going to be, you know, a week or two, but I've been working from home since.
The thing that I thought was really cool, leadership, made the statement that if we make online worlds and we connect people in this online world, then we absolutely can figure out how do we work together online. And that rally call, I think, really kind of brought us together.
You know, we ended up releasing End of Dragons in early 2022, and I think it was really vindicating and just helped us, you know, get past, I think, one of the darker chapters in ArenaNet's history with such a strong, successful release for us.
I think our relationship with the community has definitely been a huge, like, motivating factor over the years.
I feel nothing but like very fortunate and very grateful that like there's a community that has supported this stable project that we can continue to expand, continue to work on.
The fact that they've been on this journey with us for so long is just been awe-inspiring for us.
A lot of the connections that the community makes among themselves is incredibly exciting.
There are people from all over the country. There are people who meet across the world. There are people who met online and then got married in real life. That's magical.
There was this community of players called Gamers Giving Back who used to exist, and they used to do this stuff called Pink Day in LA, which was raising money for like breast cancer awareness. And also every year they and another guild do this thing called Tyria Pride, where a whole load of players get into the game together, get as rainbowed up as they can, and they march from end to end in Tyria.
It's true. It was just a funny way of describing
it. With those people, getting to be a part of that fundraising and that community, like especially during the pandemic where everybody was locked in, is just really wholesome.
I also said to you right from the beginning that we would make Guild Wars 2 the first truly social online world. A world where you, your friends, everyone around it, you're all in it together, working together, relying on each other, where you're always happy to see another player. Now, something magical happened. You, the Guild Wars 2 community, you took that one and you made it your own. You have cemented your reputation as the single friendliest community in all of online gaming. Yes. Give yourselves a hand.
Over time, slowly,
the commander tag.
As the audience has changed and the size of the engagement for the product has shifted,
Wait.
We can no longer do giant expansions.
Oh, there's Jebro. I recognize that head.
The size of the engagement for the product has shifted. We can no longer do giant expansions and Living World all at the same time. And so what we do today is every year we ship one new expansion for Guild Wars 2. And that expansion is broken up basically into 4 parts. There's a launch day version of the expansion where you get to experience a lot of the new features and a lot of the new region and story. And then every 3 months after that, in quarterly updates, we add chunks of the expansion until over the course of a full year, the expansion is released. And then we release another one. And we've been operating that model now for 2 years.
It's been awesome to see the transition from the sporadic cadence, you know, Heart of Thorn.
the background music for I've done so many things like this, or I'm watching a video while alt tabbed that I thought I left my character in mislock because
to path
I've Pavloved myself in a weird way.
Into something that's more regular for our players, so they have more expectations or clearer expectations about what's coming for them.
I ascribe very highly to this concept of the light at the end of the tunnel theory with an MMO, of if players don't see a light at the end of the tunnel, if they don't believe in the future, and if they don't have enough information to understand about where the game is going in the future to have that belief, then you are in huge trouble. And so, yeah, we watch really carefully what fans are talking about, what they're saying, the player sentiment within our
10-year anniversary fan meetup 2022. Oh, I wonder where this is. Because, like, I can't tell if this is the place that I went to earlier this year for 2025. I can't tell if this is the same venue.
Community
from this show.
And when we
that's the building. Yes. Okay. This is the venue. This is the same place that I saw.
Deliver things, we very often, you know, every year we do a big retrospective on our expansion and talk about what went well and what didn't.
Dude,
what is per year we do a big.
That is such a pretty shot right there with the sun. Yeah, this is where we were at earlier this year. I remember Gabe sitting down here in a chair and just bored out of his mind.
Retrospective on our expansion and talk about what went well and what didn't. What did we learn from you? What are you all saying that you didn't like? And here's what we're going to do to try to make it better next time.
Fundamentally, we sort of always look at, like, what do players need? We try to solve player problems or fill gaps in the sort of player fantasy. For, like, one of our recent ones, for example, Janthier Wilds, we're like, well, you know, people loved Tyria so much, they probably want a place to live in it. So that's why we settled on adding homesteads, because it's like people want to be able to have a home in the world that they love so much.
This place is no longer home to me, but perhaps it can be for you.
No way! Really? Oh my god. Housing? Housing? They did it! They're about to make so much money!
When we start a new expansion, there's always
That's such a funny way of putting it.
Through narrative, design, art, like, okay, you know, what is design and narrative thinking as, what's the story? Like, where do we want to go? Where did we leave off? Where are the characters going? What's going to be our conflict? What's going to be the story? And then we start thinking about, okay, where haven't we gone?
In all the new content, new expansions, there's always a goal of trying to show players a new experience or a new twist on Guild Wars 2 that they haven't done before.
In our brainstorming sessions, like, it is really cool seeing, like, what if we do this crazy thing, or what if we like so you can kind of get out of the box.
You know, we can have very serious stories, we could have humorous stories, we can go a little bit horror, we can go a little bit light. I'm still waiting for a musical. I keep poking narrative about this. Come on, let's just do it, musical expansion.
So for the next expansion, one of the ideas was, you know, tropical. We wanted to go for kind of a adventurous, tropical, but jungle, danger, extreme.
I think it's, here, hang on.
Adventure.
I think it's really funny. This right here is one of the first concept arts that we ever saw for Visions of Eternity. And it's kind of, it's a spoiler for the first legendary weapon, but we didn't know it at the time. And it's just right there, right in front of us. So we're just like, oh yeah, okay, he's got a happy stick.
Tropical, but jungle, danger, extreme magic, kind of a Bermuda Triangle-y kind of, okay, that why hasn't this place been explored before? Why hasn't anybody talked about this? Well, because nothing escapes from it.
This must be Castora.
So it is.
Visions of Eternity, it has been an interesting creative process because the player is going to a new land that they've never been before. It allows us a lot of creative freedom to, like...
Was that Muck, the dragons were a nice distraction and the story with the wizards is a nice filler, but when are we going to get back to the real villains, the centaurs?
Make something new.
They're always destroying my farms.
But there's also the challenge of, like, making it feel like a part of the game, integrated with the rest of the lore.
It's the first time in a long time, if ever, that we are giving the players just like a whole new place. And I think that has given us a lot of challenges, right? Like creating an entirely new space that had no previous reference or culture. But I think it also means that it gave us a lot of freedom and flexibility to really shape the space in the way that we wanted to. Our goals, our kind of highest level goals, were exploration and discovery. If you look deep enough and if you spend the time to kind of go to all parts, you're always going to find something intriguing. And that is something that I am very excited about.
It's always fun seeing some of the new technology coming in or new, like, clever ways to build something. Looking into
Oh God, I hate
Visions of
that event.
Eternity, I don't want to spoil too much, but we had internal tests going on where I encountered an event and I was watching it and thinking, how did they pull this off?
Commander, we've been cleared to sail. Our crew's all here. Just
It is very realistic that they're talking to an important NPC and there's a big freaking pickle mech just sitting there in the way, like ruining the ambiance, just neglecting your immersion.
Everything's boarded up and ready to go.
It's been cool from like the story standpoint of like trying to decide what sort of
the
existing
books.
lore we want to weave in there. How does this build upon the existing lore? How does this enrich the world as a whole? What is this giving to players? How is this like creating a new and unique experience for them?
Oh, that's actually really cool. Hang
What
on.
is this giving to?
So she's using, like on the dev side, basically the same tools as what we now have in homesteads. Like to like just, you know, place this little boat.
Players, how is this like creating a new and unique experience for them without being limited by like what happened in Guild Wars 1 or, you know, even what happened earlier in Guild Wars 2.
One of the biggest challenges that I have as a narrative designer is keeping it all straight in my head. Guild Wars as a franchise has been around now for 20 years, and that's a lot of information. I remember a lot, but I don't remember everything. I don't always remember which parts are things we concepted, which parts we published, which parts are out there in interviews versus whether, right? Like, I use the community a lot, whether it's going to our wiki.
The wiki community in particular, like how detailed all those pages are.
I'll tell you, our player wiki is when we talk about stuff internally and we're like, hey, what is this event all about? One of our designers will link.
Dude, it's such a small thing we take for granted, but it is so good that you can type /wiki space whatever in game and the game will just connect to the wiki and open it. Like, it is such a... It's such a little thing that I think that we forget. Like, most games don't do that. And it's so nice that they set up that connection.
The public documentation on things before trying to look at the internal documents, because the internal documents, it's all over the place, right? The wiki is going to be like spot on some things.
To verify, did we say that? Where did we say that? How often do we say that? Making sure that I'm checking.
I remember I did a YouTube video a little while back. Some of you, hopefully some of you saw it, and it was about what created the Vigil, and it was about Almora, Soul Keeper, and like when her squad died, and that traumatic experience. And in it, I referred to her rank. And I don't remember what, I think I said like either captain or centurion or legionnaire, whatever it was. And someone corrected me and goes, no, it's, you got the rank wrong. It's this, because there's a hero point in game where they quiz you on it. And I'm like, dude, I just read the book. It says this. And we were at odds. And we checked the wiki, and on the wiki, it's like, discrepancy. The book says this, but the hero point in game says this. We don't know which rank she actually had. And I was like, oh, well, there you go. We're both right.
Against what the community, which is amazing at like condensing all the stuff that we have put out there. They do that so well that I use them as a resource all the time.
Every time I play another game and I'm like, oh, let's try to find out what this quest is about. I'm like, yeah, this isn't as nice.
Yeah.
Legends were born that day. And while this threat
Oh, that's
was
the dragon
ending,
head at the end of Guild Wars 1.
Legends
Eye of the North, I think? I think that's the end of Eye of the North.
You know, we still have this tradition of we want to respect the origins of this, because we also know that not all of the Guild Wars 1 fans became Guild Wars 2 fans. Like, they found something in there and they really loved it, and so we want to continue to support.
Yeah, I have said that a lot. You can be a fan of Guild Wars 1 and not like Guild Wars 2. And you can be a fan of Guild Wars 2 and not like Guild Wars 1. And there are some overlaps. There are some people that like both, but it's absolutely, like, they're different enough games. You could easily like one and not the other.
That and protect that as long as we can.
You know, this year's Guild Wars 1 turns 20. And I think the cool thing there is not only did we as a studio celebrate it by, you know, making announcements and releasing some surprises to a 20-year-old game, showing people, hey, not only is it still available, the servers are still on, your stuff is still there, you could go back in and play it. But there were a lot of people who never played it at all who were then like, hey, maybe I'll give this a shot.
We're doing an event where we're all replaying Guild Wars 1 together with real people.
Some of our most dedicated streamers started holding events, just welcoming people in and saying,
And
hey,
we joined
I'm
that
gonna
one.
spend this
We
entire
did.
month
We played through Prophecies
playing
for
this
that.
game that was a big part of my life back then, and I'm going to bring you all for the ride.
Oh, I see. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Let's just be part. Let's just be part of it.
Guild Wars 1 has been up 100% for the last 6 years. The original goal was 5 nines, 99.999%, which is 5 minutes a year of downtime. Yeah, we've had about 32 hours total over the entire course of Guild Wars 1. So what is that, 99.995 or something?
Yeah,
It's
or
extraordinary.
repeating, of
And then
course.
for Guild Wars 2, where there's way more active development, and actually, you know, it's like 99.95 or something, which is extraordinary given the huge amount of change. Like, went from 17 gigs to 70 gigs that we've shipped now, and all kinds of new game modes, and it's all down to quality engineering, a quality mindset, just really giving people the time to do the job right, because then when it's done, you can move on to the next thing and just get this compounding product of greatness, really. It's just fantastic. So for me, it's just more than a technical achievement. It's an entire studio achievement. And the reason other companies don't do it is because it wasn't built into what they do.
We're going to continue to support this game as long as we can because we also believe it's part of that foundation of what it means to be Guild Wars or what it means to be a Renet IP.
That's awesome.
I don't know if there's a
yeah,
lot.
I want to show you guys something. So like I played like back in the day, right? I played Guild Wars 1 and I played Factions. I bought Factions because I found out that the Necromancer got a flesh golem. I literally bought it just because I wanted that flesh golem skill. That's it. I didn't even remember the story. I just wanted the flesh golem. Years later, I saw Guild Wars 2 on the shelf at a Best Buy. And I was like, oh, I like their first game. I'll give it a shot. And I bought it and I played it. I got 2 copies of it. Me and Anna both played it. We got to max level together. It was cool. We finished ore and then we got bored and I put it down. I came back like 5-6 years later because of a Wooden Potatoes video. And it was right here. So it was in like Living World Season 4. And then I started like playing through everything up until all out of order. People like go to Path of Fire, get mounts, then go back to Heart of Thorns. Why is this lady mad about an egg? Then I started doing like this stuff because it was releasing and it was free. Couldn't play Season 1, so then I finally got the money together to buy Season 2, and then I went over here. I'm like, oh, that's why she's mad about the egg. Dude, I did it all out of order. But it's like I was just here from like here onward. Which it just seems like such a small portion of this chart. But like from here onward is when I was a content creator.
I don't know if there's a lot of places where like you have employees who've been here for like 20 years.
I started at ArenaNet late 2004.
At various like company-wide meetings, we'll be like, okay, for this month, here's the list of anniversaries. And there's people who have been here longer than me, and some of them have the same hire month as me. So every time it comes up, I'm like, yeah, 17 years, that's impressive, but here's the guy with 18. I'm like, oh, okay.
21 years.
This year, I'll be hitting my 20-year anniversary, so.
There's very, very few game studios out there that have folks who have stayed that long. And we also have a huge history of Boomerang out there.
Are they playing Magic the Gathering? Looks like they might be. I was trying to identify the cards.
That have folks who have stayed that long. And we also have a huge history of boomerangs, as we like to call ourselves, of people who've been here a long time and then we leave.
Hold on. This makes me glad there's no horses in Tyria. That is haunting.
We like to call ourselves people who've been here a long time and then we leave. And we go somewhere else and we realize there is really something special about this place and we come back.
I was here for about 9 years and then left for a handful of years. Now I'm back.
We've seen over time, myself included, those of us who eventually find employment somewhere else, there's always this natural pull to come back because there's something special here.
And this is a great place. And as one of its leaders, like I'm gonna do my damnedest to make sure we have another 20 years after this.
We care about our people, and in doing so, that makes everyone put forth their best effort. And so we end up, I think, providing our community, our players, with that same sense of love. It's sort of like paying it forward.
Also, beyond just the people, I love the franchise. Like, I love the world that we've built.
Oh, that emote
Like
was
a
very
certain level of
recent. That just got
stewardship for it
added.
at this point because I've worked on it for so long. I honestly can't really imagine working on a different game. Like, I just love Tyria.
This is, for many of us, the world we would love to be in.
Even after 20 years, there's still a lot of stories left to be told. I have just like the longest list of like, oh, I want to like touch on that at some point.
Your future could be with us.
The biggest risk of building a game like this is it's really easy to stop taking chances. To stop trying to take risks because the scope is so big and because it's so monolithic and there's so much time that goes into it and they're so expensive to make.
Yeah, whatever happened to that big giant
A lot of times
guy?
it's very easy to make the easy choice and say, let's just pick this that we know we can deliver and then let's guarantee we can hit it and we don't have to worry about it. But it's not what this genre needs. What this genre desperately needs is people asking, how do we do something new? How do we take what we've all been playing for 20 years and try to turn it on its head and evolve or innovate, and being willing to fail sometimes by trying new things? And that's the DNA of ArenaNet. That's what we're all about.
Our story is not done. You know, Guild Wars is going to keep going, and I think we're going to keep trying to push boundaries, and I think that our legacy here has to be being a bunch of good humans trying to do cool things.
I think the legacy of Guild Wars, to me, is kind of continuous. Yes, it has been 20 years. And you can kind of pause and look back and see how our community has supported us, how
Giants
our
in the
creative
Fractal.
endeavors
Yeah, I know, I'm
and
saying what
kind of
happened to him since
explorations
then.
and stuff had continued.
That's the only
and
place he
we're
is.
building this world, but you don't sit and look back too much. For me, I'm proud of what we've created, but also excited for what we're going to create.
I'm excited for the next 20 because the same drive that I had when I first started here is still throughout this building. I feel like while we've gotten past the first chapter, we're still just continuing to write this novel.
Oh, what a teaser, the little line extending. Thank you for 20 years, everyone at ArenaNet. Special thanks to John Taylor for his studio leadership, 2019 to 2023. That was a picture of Muck's back. Shut up. There's that stupid picture again. Dude, this cracks me up, man. Dude, imagine because the production line, right? And the next person who gets this, they're just like, what? Like, who is this? They're like, oh, that's Real Lock and Timey. Just recording sounds. Mocap Studio, do not use for storage. Oh wait, did I just see Laura's name there? Community footage courtesy of blah blah blah, blah and Lorenity, yep. Someone asked for the link, hang on. Make that the next Timey plushie. The one with the overalls and the fez. Ah, is that it? Is that it? Chat disabled. That's it. Oh, man. All right, hold on. Refresh. So now it's gone from being a premiere to like a video. That was a 55-minute video. We did not know what we were getting ourselves into. Oh, man. Really fun to watch. Congratulations on 25 years. Here's to many more. There you go. Awesome. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. That was pretty neat. There was it was cool seeing some people I recognized like through the years, like Bobby Stein I've talked to, Colin I've talked to, Chloe, and seeing like footage of them that spanned jumping around like 2 decades was pretty wild. Now we know that we have another expansion. Or Tyrion Fight Tactics. I've been joking about it for a while. Maybe they'll hit us with a curveball. ArenaNet's 25. Yeah. Yeah. It's right here. Celebrate Arena's 25th year journey. Yep. Yeah, Guild Wars 1 just turned 20. Now make a video about the video so I don't have to watch the whole video. The video would just be like Muck reacts to this. It would just be like an hour-long video. I don't think I need to. Like the first half of it, I didn't say much of anything, so I think that would be a pretty scummy react video. But it was fun to watch. It was a fun watch. Oh man. Okay. Cool. That was a fun watch. I hope they're having fun at their party right now, because they should be partying right this moment. One Potato will make a massively long video about the video. No worries. Would he? I don't know. I'm not sure if he would or not. Okay, cool. That was pretty neat. Let's turn our attention back to the project we were working on before the premiere started. Recent Total War 3 DLC. You played the new DLC. Okay, so Total War Warhammer 3 released 3 new small DLCs. Barry on YouTube already sent me a dono. He wants to pay me to cover the price of the High Elf DLC, so I'll pay it. It also included a free LC. They included one Lord for Slaanesh that was for free. And I was playing it for a few minutes on the new free Lord before the stream started, just to try it out. And I had an event pop up that made me burst out laughing. 50 Shades of Purple. And if you know anything about Slaanesh, that's even funnier. Dude, I was howling at this, but I was like, oh shoot, I'm late for stream. But yeah, so I've been tinkering with the free LC. I haven't bought any of the buyable ones yet. Tentacular Dread. That's right. So nostalgic, I teared up a bit. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, even me, it's wild how big a part of my life Guild Wars has become. Just because, like, it's become, like, the primary thing I'm known for with content creation. Chat behave. Yeah. All right, so we got about 1 hour left, chat. We're going to jump back into Blueprints and trying to make some more progress. If anyone just joined during the video that we were watching, this is a game we just started today. I don't know if I'm smart enough for it. We're trying it out. It's a puzzle game. It's a thinky one. But we're just going to be doing this for the final hour. Day 9. Day 9. Okay, so... Wait, the foundation does not reset each day. Huh? So that's just always there now. Okay. So we stumbled into that last time, but interesting. I don't like emote-only mode. Well, I only do emote-only mode if y'all start spoiling stuff. That's up to you. Alright, so... Shrine? Hovel. Let's try Shrine. I haven't seen either of those before. Oh my god, it's Abaddon. Make an offering of gold. May result in the bestowal of a beneficial blessing that will last several days. Okay, I don't have any gold. Is there any notes or lore in here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Dude, we've already used up 4 steps? What the heck? Like, spoiler alert, I have no idea what this game is. People don't always have to know what how a game goes to spoil. They can just, like, yell out what they think the answer is to a puzzle before I figure it out, and then that's still annoying. Okay. Parlor. Let's get another one of the puzzles. Okay. Go to the boxes. Alright. The gems are in a box with a statement containing the letter U. The blue box is true. The gems are in a box with a statement containing the letter B. The blue box is true. That has a B. That has a B. That has a B. Okay, so all of them have B. So the blue one has to be true. And this is saying the blue one is true, so that has to be true. Which means this has to be false. Which means the gems are not in a box with the letter U. Which means it's this one. Thank you, thank you. All right, apple. All right, pantry. Is that still the 5? Yeah, 555, whatever that is. Den. Okay, I found a gem. That's back to the entrance. Bedroom. Car keys. Observatory. We got 7 stars. Which means farmer's apple. Apples are extra delicious today? Alright, I'm guessing they'll restore more stamina, or whatever we want to call it. The only way to continue this run is West Wing Hall. I do want to do the garage, but I don't want this run to end yet, so... Nook. Key. Use the key immediately, alright. Courtyard, otherwise the run ends, so I have to spend a gem on that. We got a shovel. And there is a dig spot right here. A few coins. Okay. Old tin can, not worth picking up. Who buried a tin can? Alright, hallway would let us enter the foundation again. The foundation did not seem important, so the fact that it is and it stayed surprises me. So, let's see. Is there a way to get on that elevator? There's a lever on it. Alright, so there's 2 doors here. So there's... I'm guessing some way to get that little thing to lower and then use it. Is there another lever in here? Might be the circuit breaker. Have to send power to this area. Maybe there's not enough power for the elevator. I don't know. I'm gonna take the lavatory just because I don't think we've ever taken it. So I think it's a new room. I could be mistaken though. Absolutely nothing in here. Lame. Okay. Secret passage leads to a room of a color of your choice. Let's just do corridor. Don't have enough gems for passageway. Mike, you can't record inside the bathroom? I wasn't recording in a public bathroom. Who do you think I am, Dr. Disrespect? Good lord. Alright, I need to go all the way back down to the hallway. Doctor, dang, you beat me to it. Yeah, I know that one. I know like 3 things about the guy. He's really well known for doing like FPSs and has like a huge audience for that. He cheated on his wife and he got in trouble for recording in a public bathroom. That's all my Dr. Disrespect facts. Okay, I needed a key to continue, right? So we're gonna take this room to get a key. He got in trouble for worse things. I guess I'm not subscribed to... I'm not subscribed to constant Dr. Disrespect facts, you know? Like, that's what I got. Alright, there's the key that we just got. Library. Discover less common floor plans when drafting in the library. I know you were a bit blueprints dubious. How are you liking it? More dubious than when I started. Magnifying glass. Book requisite request form in library use only. Books and periodicals requested with this form will be pulled and available the next time you draft the library. Please select one. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, Swimbird, Fixed Stars, History of Ordinia, Pump System User Manual. Drafting Strategy. Pump System Manual. Simon P. Jones. Additional reading. The house directory is a great resource for information. If you wish to read more about a specific room in your house, press R to pull up the directory. Okay. Cool. Wasn't sure if I could go up here. Mount Holly Records. Total time to... Oh, this is my playtime. Oh, okay. Don't care. Mount Holly scrapbook. The Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. My favorite floor plans. Contraptions I've made? Locksmith receipt, a key, 5 gold paid in full. Largest purchase. Coat check. Maybe one day. Most avoided floor plans. Maybe one day. Oh. Finally got the library where I can pick the next, like, get a good selection for the next room we go to, and I don't have keys. Alright. Wait, is that loose dirt? It is loose dirt. A coin. Pebbles. Not worth picking up. I thought he said loose turds. No. No, I did not. Gems and a metal detector. Greater chance of finding keys. That would have been great earlier. Did I retrincate? I did retrincate. Alright, I think this run is at a dead end. Alright, call it a day. Nothing more I can do here. We stuck. We stuck. How do you win? I'm not really sure yet. There's a lot of puzzles, and you gotta piece together enough information to solve the mystery of this place while fighting against the, RNG elements. Like, for example, right now, I know there is a gate that's outside that requires a 4-digit code to open. I know that the security office can remotely connect to the office, laboratory, and the shelter. I know the password for the computers if I run into those, and things like that. Rooms in your house will be more likely to contain dig spots. But does it come with a shovel? Because otherwise that's pointless. Oh, family tree. Simon H. Sinclair is above Mary. So there's Herbert. He's the guy that died and left us the mansion. And there's Mary, who we've seen articles about her dying. Or going missing. Is there really nothing to pick up in here? That seems so odd. Okay. Parlor. Alright. Only one of the other boxes is false. The gems are in the false box. The gems are in the false box. Okay. Only one of the others can be false. These are either both false or they're both true. If this is telling the truth, then that would mean that both of these have to be false. Which would mean... And that can't be possible. Which means they both have to be true, which means the gems are in the false box. That's true. And then this is lying. And they're in here. Nice. Alright, courtyard and hoping for a shovel. Nice. Because we got the root cellar, so there's more dig spots. Coin. Tin can. Coin. I'm glad you know those because I had no idea. I enjoy those little box puzzles. Guest bedroom. Key. Pantry. Corridor. Den, so that we can get to the foundation again. Hang on to that key. Foundation should have extra dig spots because the root cellar. Turnip. Just eat that turnip raw right after we pulled it out of the ground. Coin. Okay. Only 2 keys. Use one now. Take the study because we've never been in here. Ah. That's not it. Okay. I don't even know how many digits this is. Yeah, I don't know how many digits this is. Okay. Study. Big safe. Hi. What is this? Craft, raft, draft, smile, mile, vile, viral, coat, cat, cold, old, sturdy, study, face, ace, beard, bard. Is this related to the code? Code's all numbers. I don't know if it's possible with so little time left, but I need to remember to ask Anne if we can commission new artwork for all the rooms of the house. We need them produced in sets of 2, a pair for each room. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm thinking. I'm likely delusional to think this can be pulled off by Thursday. Yeah, okay, so coal on a minecart and stonks. 44 letters in the message. Face and ace. Wait, that's the rooms. Bro, what? Glove and love, sting and sing, crowd and crow, groan and gown, snack and sack. Okay, so every room has 2 paintings in it. So every room has 2 paintings in it that meet this weird syntax. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna add these to my document over here, just a sec. So face and ace. Don't know what of these that is. 44 letters in the message. So dude, does that mean in every room I gotta write down what the 2 pictures are? Bruh. Alright. So, study... Dude. Study is... bar graph, line going up, and coal minecart on tracks. Bruh. I don't think I've ever taken Passageway. I'm not sure if I have. There's no pictures in Passageway. Gymnasium, paint can, and beer mug. Don't have a card. Nook is grandfather clock and a necktie? Don't think I've ever been in the office. Rowboat. Batman. Bat over forest. Dude, he has so many little statues of people. Busts. Floor plan upgrade disc. Insert into one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade one of your floor plans. Run payroll. After running this process, checks will be placed in each staff member's room. This includes each servant's quarter and maid chamber currently on the estate. Run now. Done. Spread gold. The office can facilitate a modest distribution of coins withdrawn from the staff incentives program. These coins are spread, distributed in a number of rooms currently active throughout the estate. Function successful. Return to main menu. Swan song. I believe this is the only room that can connect to email, and we've needed to do that. From Anne Babbage, next week. Sir, you have not left me any instructions for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up to the last minute. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass a message on to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electronic typewriter. Gabe, yes, that is the correct functionality. Also, when you are out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is... Oh, hang on. I know where this goes. This goes next to this document. Alright. Off, blue, green, white, red, purple. Alright. Changes to estate. Dear Herbert, we just wanted to let you know that the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. McGuire, McKinley, and McDougal. DC power. The VAC indicator lights installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. White indicator only displayed after all 6 purple. If this is not the desired functionality, let us know and we will fix it in our regular service next week. Okay. Okay, so that's the first time we got into the email. Is he trying to finish this in one sitting? Oh, no, I've got like 25 minutes left. I am just playing the game. Floor plan upgrade program. Scanning disk. Storeroom. Storeroom data has been found on this upgrade disk. You'll now have the chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgraded floor plans. Select a floor plan down below to upgrade it. More keys, more gems, or 10 gold instead of 1. 10 gold. Yes. Okay. The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there's enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives. Just make sure the west and east levers are operational. Screenshot. So we did come across like the broken lever. Brigitte, please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. Had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I am not sure if the last title is intended to be Hearings or Herrings, but knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. And why is one of them in black ink and 4 of them in red? Huh. Okay. All right, so there is a safe in the office, and we don't know what that is. So, hold on, what is this room? Yeah, office. All right, so office, safe. This room was packed full of stuff. Well, it was the dead guy's office, so. Okay. Last key. I don't have a gem. And there's the antechamber to the room that we can't go into right now. Okay. Could go back to the passageway and possibly get to something else. My only key. I don't have gems, so the only option is chapel. Dirt I can dig in the chapel. Okay. Locked. That requires a key card. I don't have one. That requires a key. I don't have one. And that's it. Alright. Call it a day. So we need levers that are to the west and east to get to the antechamber. Not including the greenhouse. You forgot to dig the root cellar? I don't know you could dig the root cellar. Like, I didn't have a shovel at the time, but when I moused over the root cellar stuff, there was no interact icon. I'm not sure if you could. Dynamite. A little too dangerous to pick up? Yo, that's just the right amount of dangerous. What? What? No! So I gotta get him to the corners. What is the friggin'... Allowance token. Your allowance has been permanently raised by 2. My allowance? Okay. You have no items to trade. Well, yeah, I smell like poor. Okay. Back to the house. This game is really hard to understand. It's a lot. Oh, I forgot to look at pictures in there. Okay, so we got this. So there's ace and face. So face and ace is the first area. So what did we find out earlier? Hang on. 44 letters in the message. Face and ace. And it just says the letters F. Why would face and ace be F? Why not ace and face and then it's A? Coat and cat, coldness, sturdy, study. Beard and bard. Oh, man. My upgraded storeroom. Oh, I have to click them all individually. Oh my goodness. I forgot to look at paintings in here. tree, and safety pin. Was there a storeroom? Storeroom, pine tree, safety pin. Okay. Den is crowbar and prey. All right. Let's see, bedroom. Let's do observatory. All right, there's 8 today. Gives a key. Observatory is sand dunes and desert. Oh, it's desert and desert probably. Alright, observatory, desert, and desert. Alright, what is this one? Okay, we're currently there. That's the exact spot that E is. I don't know if that is a coincidence or not. That looks like a blueprint with the letter E on this spot where we're at right now. And that's a plane. Or fly. Parlor. Parlor, blueprint with E on room. Plane flying. The statement on one of the other 2 boxes would be true if you replace the word... Wait, what? The statement on one of the other 2 boxes would be true if you replace the word every with the word this. Every box contains gems. We know that cannot be true, so right now that's a lie. Every box is black. Alright, so lie, lie, that has to be true. Which means change every with this, which is this box contains gems, so you've got it. Coin purse, get more money per money. Bedroom. Bedroom is stairs and stars. Car keys. Hang on. I'm thinking about this more right now. So, face and ace, the difference is the letter F. Unused pairings, glove and love, sting and sing, crowd and crow, groan and gown, snack and sack. Okay. So they're all 1 letter different. So I need to find a set of words for each room where the difference is 1 letter. And the one letter that's different becomes the letter for that room. So the question is some of these pictures though, like the bar graph with the line going up and a coal mine cart on tracks. Mine, stonks, profits, cart, coal. I can't immediately think of two words that are one letter apart with those two pictures. Yet. Oh, wait, hold on. Does this room have anything? What is this? Pantry. Fishing pole and a highway. Pantry. Okay. Lane? Line? Lane and line? No, because then there's two letters different. Fish. Pole. Road. Reel. Reel. Double yellow lines. Fishing pole, fishing, reel, line, hook. It's not hook, it's not zoomed in on the hook. We need emote only again. Road, highway, lane. Road and rod. So the letter's A. Okay. Dice. Gem. Bridge. Bride? Are those... Hold on, what is this room? Closet. The bride's coming out of the closet. Closets. Bridge. Bride. What was this one? Hallway. I don't know what that is. Is that like one of those things that holds like a wedding cake? Like the different layers of a wedding cake? That's a necktie or a tie. Yeah, Chad, I'm stuck on this because I can immediately tell you I don't know what this is. So I'm gonna ask you, do any of you know what this item is? Tier. So it's tier and tie. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Corridor, courtyard. Corridor. Corridor is... What the fuck are you? Is that a cot? Yes, cot and coat. Okay. So corridor, cot, coat. Okay, hold on. There's something I need to do here. Hold on. I gotta get these written in order, which is going to take a minute. All right, hold on. This will be easier in Excel. Oh my god. Okay. Shut up. All right. Foundation. Wait, are these numbered? Entrance, hall, spare room. 4 is unknown. Parlor, billiard room. 7 is unknown. 8 is unknown. Closet, 10 and 11 are unknown. Storeroom. Okay, hey, give me a minute, because this is, I gotta organize this. All right, Nook, garage, unknown, unknown, den, unknown, unknown, unknown. 21 is pantry, rumpus room, unknown, office. And then room 25 is drawing room, then study, library, chamber of mirrors. I only saw that room once ever. Same with the pool. Unknown, utility closet, unknown, 33. Unknown, security, there's unknown, laboratory, 37. Sauna, unknown, mail room, freezer, dining room, observatory, unknown, aquarium, ante-chamber, room 46, unknown. Okay. This is... The last time I had to do something like this was when we played, Obra Dinn. The Return of the Obra Dinn. Okay, so let me see. Blueprints, Excel. Alright, so let's do that. And... move this over here for a second. And then I need to save this Word document that I've been scribbling all over that's an absolute mess. So, Blueprints, Word. Okay. So, alright. I've got a little bit of organization here, so let me try to do this. So, let's see. Corridor. Where was corridor? What room was that? Awesome. We're on the very first one. I don't even see it. What room was corridor? Oh, it's not a numbered room. There's more. Wait, what? Man, I had the wrong idea about this. Okay. So, Alright, which one's candidate? Alright, parlor was blueprint with E on them and plane flying. Blueprint. Blueprint in a plane. It was a plane, it was like a biplane, it was in the air, it was flyer, blueprint, paper, document, map, plane. Oh man, I don't know. So parlor one I haven't figured out yet. Bedroom. So one thing that threw me off here, hang on a second, was this here. 44 letters in the message. Okay? 44 letters in the message. There's 44 letters, not counting room 1, going up to 46. So I was like, okay, those are going to form the message. We're going to put them in order. But bedrooms, hallways, green rooms, shops, and red rooms have pictures too, and they're not in numbers 1 through 47, or 46. So that screws up my formula. That completely messed it up. So, okay, hang on. Bedroom, boudoir, guest bedroom, nursery, unknown, bunk room, unknown, unknown, 55. All right, hallways. All right, hallway, west wing, hall, unknown, corridor, passageway, secret passage, skip 1, great hall. Green rooms, unknown, unknown, courtyard, unknown, unknown, greenhouse, unknown, unknown. Shops. Wait, hold on. 2 unknowns after greenhouse. Okay. Commissary, kitchen, locksmith, laundry room. Oh, wait, hold on. Locksmith has an unknown, then laundry room. And then 1, 2, 3, and then that. And then red rooms. lavatory, chapel, unknown, archives, gymnasium, dark room, unknown, unknown. And then outer rooms, tool shed, shelter, unknown, shrine, root cellar, unknown, trading post, tomb. Okay. So, let me take my scribbles from the earlier thing and put them over here now. So, corridor. Where is corridor? This is where it gets to be kind of a mess. Right here. All right, so let's say coat and cot. And so the letter is A. Okay. And then I'll get rid of that. All right, hallway was tier and tie. So the missing letter is R. All right, get rid of that. Closet. Where are you, closet? Come to me, closet. There it is. Okay. Bridge and bride. So the missing letter was G. All right. Pantry was road and rod. So the missing letter was A. Bedroom was stairs and stars. Missing letter is I. I'll write a lowercase so it's easier to see. All right, observatory was dessert and dessert, so S. All right, and I've written down stuff for like 7 other rooms, but I have not figured out what the heck they are. All right, move that over there. Okay. All right, yes, it is midnight. I'm going to try to finish this run, though. I have to take chapel to continue. Looking for items first. All right. Angel, wait. Oh, you son of a... Okay, all right. The stained glass windows have pictures of the statues from the tomb, and they're numbered. New sheet of paper. Chapel/tomb statues. One is a hoe. Of course it is. All right, 5, 6, 7 is the basketball scepter. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Scepter. 5 is a broom. Because why not? Why wouldn't the angel have a broom? 2 is the chef with the big paddle. Chef paddle thing. 3 is pitchfork. Oh, God. 6 is... What am I looking at? Is that a jockey? It looks like the people that ride the horses. 4, top hat? Top hat. Chimney sweep? Question mark? All right, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that thing. All right, so there's 7 stained glass windows. There's one that's behind this thing, though. I can't see, which makes me think this thing moves at some point. Because I can't see the window behind that, but I don't think I could do that now. What? The elevator in the foundation is controlled by a crank on the back side of it. Now I wonder if that's going to stay there. Like if I can't get to the foundation this run. All right. Let's do drawing room. There's a lot more than 2 pictures in here. Actually, wait a minute. Are they all different variations of the same thing? Yeah, they kind of are. Okay, hold on. I'll look around first. Look around, and then I'll look up some more. Alright, so we got him judging me. Alright, so the pictures in here. Is people kind of... Okay, there's arrows on the bottom. Stride? Run? Walk? Okay, no, all of them have arrows. It makes me think stride.
It's invisible dudes!
Break her down.
Shut up, Flute. They've all got little arrows near their feet, showing like their movement. I'm trying to remember what this guy's name was. I know it started with S. Gate? Gate could be it? Gate, stride, step. So if all of these are representative of thing 1, and then this is thing 2. Sit? Sit, stride, no, sit. Glare, judge. Oh, God. What is this room? The drawing room. Guy sitting. Stride. Gate. Walk. Alright. The drawing room where there are drawings. Obviously. Okay. See if we can get to the foundation. The only way to get there from here is kitchen. Fine. No, actually, wait. No. Oh, yeah, Nook is... Okay, yeah, kitchen. Oh, pictures. I didn't look for pictures. Painting the earth and flying again. Wait, what? This picture was in the other room. Paint, draw, fly, plane, fly, plane, airplane, biplane, air. Yeah, that's air, that's airbrush. The missing letter is brush. Kitchen. Kitchen. Where's kitchen? What? Where is this? It's a shop. I should already have that, right? Hold on. Commissary, kitchen. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so painting earth, plane flying. Okay, I'll just make that note for now. Okay, we're back here. What happens when we do this? Follow me to hell. The Foundation Underground. Okay, so the Foundation... oh, another disc. Has... This picture was in another room as tier. And this is tiger, so G. Tier, Tiger, G. All right. Key does not fit. Okay. All right. Don't know if that's room 46. I feel like the atrium is room 46, but there's a thing down there. All right, so just go to my scribbles. Hang on. Basement under foundation, locked door needs special key. Okay. Hold on. Alright. Grab this. Alright, so this is guest bedroom. So, guest bedroom. Right there. Okay. We've got stage. Opera house. Podium. No, not podium. Audience. I really feel like it's stage. I don't know that plant, but I know there's a plant called sage, which would make this work. So I'm going to do that. Anyone know what sage looks like? I don't know if that was the right thing or not. I know like it as a in the kitchen. You know, when it's all ground up. I don't know what the plant looks like. Nursery, spare room, nook. Oh, wait, I didn't do this room yet. Oh, God, what was this one? Oh, this thing again. Yeah, okay, I don't... Cart... Report, bar graph, line graph, income, profits, stonks. And over there we got like railroad, mining cart, coal, mining pick. This deer is just judging me. He's like, you're so stupid. Income? Profits? I don't know. I don't know yet. I'll come back to it. What was this one? Pint? Okay, wait. Flame? Match? Tree? Plant? What is this? Nook. Nook. Where's the nook? God damn them for this system. Match, fire, flame. Then it was tree, plant. It's not plant. There's no way it's plant. If it's not tree... Pine tree. Pine? Looks like a pine tree. Flame. Match. Ignite. Fur. Oh, if it's fur, then that's fire. You helped me. Alright. Where are we? I'm lost. Boudoir, library. Library. Desert. No, wait. Oh god, what is that symbol? Ampersand? And? Sand and. Okay. What is this? Library. It's sand and. Oh my god, where is the library? There it is. Alright, sand and S. Okay. Coupon book. Simon Jones. Pump system user manual. The EPCW pump system is engineered specifically for the luxury requirements of today's indoor, in-ground swimming pool and spa. The EPCW system is also expandable, allowing you to use multiple pumps to control the water flow and volume to several different designated tanks and aquatic house features, be it an aquarium, fountain, or good old-fashioned swimming pool. Oh my god. Water level indicators. Selection buttons, source labels. Water control panel. Whether you're using a single tank system or an array of pumps, the water control panel serves as a central hub to your EPCW system. The panel is fitted with a number of buttons equal to your own home's needs. One button for each different water source on the estate. The function is simple. Press a button to select the water source you would like to adjust. For example, if you wish to drain or fill your pool, simply press the button labeled pool. Regardless of the number of pumps or water sources being used, water can only be adjusted from a source if its corresponding button is selected. After you've selected a source using the water control panel, the next step is to set the pump associated with that source to pump in or out. This will initiate water flow to from one of your supply tanks. To tank to selected source, pump lever. A pump may be connected to more than one tank, allowing you to store and retrieve even more water. Recommended for cleaning Olympic-sized pools. In these cases, the tank a pump is using needs to be switched. Use water control panel, use pump lever, okay. Hang on. We're just going to take pictures of this thing. I feel like I'm going to need this when we find the pump room, which we've never actually found. Alright. So, let's do this. We'll get the date as well in that screenshot. And this. And this. You guys remember when my stream used to crash when I would take screenshots? This game would not survive. Okay. All right. Mailroom. Order placed. Simon P. Jones from Dad. Hey buddy, how's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate, but with all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I could tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you, and I know from our conversations just how much happiness this final project brought him. So do both of us a favor, be excited. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator, Dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing Dirigiblocks. Oh, that's cute. Okay. So what is this? This is mail room. I've already taken a picture of that. And I've already gotten a picture of that. Okay. We've got mountain, stone, and peas in a pod. Peak and pea. Mailroom. Okay, hold on. Where's document 17? Mailroom. Peak and P. Missing letters K. Okay. P. I like how there's two conversations going on in chat. So I see Plig Alpha go pee, like it's urine, and Like a Snail goes 5-second rule. I'm just going to choose to believe you guys are having the same conversation. Alright. We've never taken code check. Let's go ahead and get it. Alright, code check. What am I looking at right now? Dog tag? Tent. Camp. Tent? Tent and 10? I guess it's just tent and 10, I assume. Coat check. Coat check. Where's coat check? Oh, I've never done code check before. What room number is this? $38. Coat check. Tent 10 T. What if it's number and lumber? Well, then there would be 2 letters missing. How dare you put down in my mind? Check an item. Upgrade disc. You can retrieve this item on any day you have a code check in your house. You've already checked an item here. Okay. Alright, okay. Alright, I was gonna just finish this run, but it's taken longer than I thought. I am going to save everything here. And hopefully it will, yeah, it's gotta save and quit. Wait, call it a day. No, what? You stupid game. It's gonna be one of those. Alright, so it's one of those games where if I do save and quit, it's gonna, like, end the day. What a dumb. Alright. Don't I have car keys? Go to the garage. Okay, hang on. Garage. 2 pictures. Grain and rain. Okay. Garage. Grain. Rain. G. Okay. The drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights, a small garage on the south edge of Trinsdale. The goods are already secure and in the trunk, so just unload and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule, and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today, but you never know when the cat will want to get at some air. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery, and I believe Denny already has payment ready. Okay, so sounds like this guy was doing some sneaky side jobs. Okay. Another upgrade disc. That's awesome. I gotta find a computer. What was that? Like moonshine or something in the trunk? Okay. I don't... Dang, I got 2 upgrade discs this time, and I don't think I got to any computers on this run. So I put one in coat check, and the other's going to get deleted. That is quite unfortunate. Just double checking. Yeah, I don't think I got access to any computers. Bummer. Okay. All right. I'm going to say call it a day so that we get a save file. Save my documents, save my spreadsheets. God, Chad, why did you make me play this? All right. This is Oberdin all over again. Okay, save and quit. All right, there we go. I'm not... honestly, this has gotten a little bit more interesting. I'm a little bit more invested now than I was after our first session. The first session, like 2 hours in, I was honestly just like kind of depressed because it's just like, okay, yeah, that's great work. Okay, you're taking away everything. You know, it was just over and over and over. I was losing all my progress. Now it's like, okay, I've put some freaking work into this, and I'm feeling a bit invested in figuring this out now. But yeah, tomorrow is when the Guild Wars 2 drops start, so we won't be back on Blueprints for a few days, but we will come back to it from this spot next time. Okay. When you shouted dessert and desert, you could hear a massive click. Yeah. Yeah. I had a few clicks. Oh my goodness. All right. With that, chat, our evening comes to a close. Thank y'all for hanging out with me tonight. Hope you had fun. Couple of plugs on the way out. If you're new to the channel, my name is Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back tomorrow morning for the Guild Wars 2 drops. Might be doing one of those full day streams tomorrow if I can handle it. So if you want to hang out with me, I'll be here. Hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Here's links to both the YouTube channels if you're not already subbed to those. And my chat bot is not working again, so I will have to punch this in manually. And a special thanks to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. Could not do this without them, and there's a link to that in the chat if you're interested. You guys have a great evening, sleep well, and I will see you tomorrow. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but see to take please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank way the on is entertainment. Stay the enjoy you hope we lab the two viewer dear you welcomes third the Snuffles Van Chauncey Sir and fourth the Esquire Reginald Bartholomew Douglas Mukluk. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's just like, yeah. Have you attempted Oxygen Not Included? I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them, and I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something, and he donated $50 and he was drunk and he made the British guy said, I want a character, make me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say make me the poop one, but that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal!
The cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it.
Updated.
They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's the baby's not eating bread. There's 2 of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New oh my god, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival, and then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome, page. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.